Beep, beep, boop, 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 boop. Hit the go live. Everything should sound fine because it's earlier today. Beep, boop, boop, boop. How we doing, everybody? How we doing? I hope you're doing good. I've been better. I'll be honest. What up, Mossy? How you doing? Bit better. Viewership's down. That sucks. Patch is not the greatest. People have not been super excited about it, so that sucks. Times are tough, man. Times are tough. What do we got tonight? Land battles. If you get your news from certain sources, you might think land battles are dead. You might think that land battles are shitty. You might think that they're boring. You might think that they suck. I don't subscribe to that view, nor shall I ever subscribe to that viewpoint. Never. We will be here till time ends, comes again, and repeats the cycle. Or until I get so depressed covering Total War Warhammer 3 that I quit. Either or are viable outcomes. Which is more likely at this point in time? Alright, see you guys tomorrow. That's it. Stream's over. I'm not doing this. I'm fucking out. No. Tonight we have a new player tournament. So let's get on with that. It is 7:30, so my need to stall for time is over. I was just stalling until we get to the preordained times. Let's generate bracket. Bracket. There is everybody. I don't remember what I had up last. So I took you to a different screen. Just in case. Alright, told all the people that we are live. Let's check out Father Ram Ram. I feel like I was going to spectate him a while ago, but he got knocked out just before I could. So let's do that this time, huh? I also haven't seen this Calamity person, so in our goal with new player tournaments to see as many new people as possible. New people being like people I don't watch on the stream all the time. Two people that I don't remember watching is a good place to start. We have Longboy, Spinny Vinny, Imtiaz, Dr. Nerd, Wolfblade, Rarger, Father Ram Ram, Calamity, Sigmar, Mossy, Nahuel, Angele, and Coco Dependent. A lot of names I haven't seen tonight. I haven't seen Coco Dependent, Angele. Haven't seen Mossy for a long time, but I have seen Mossy. Sigmar sends me some replays to cast in the replays channel, but I don't know if I've seen him live too much. Maybe once. Don't know if I've seen either of these two. Wolfblade said he just came back to the game after a long time, so I don't remember watching them, but maybe my memory is foggy in old age. Rarger's been in a tournament or two here and there. Don't know if I've seen too much of them. Maybe one game. Dr. Nerd is a frequent flyer on the channel. We've seen plenty of him. Good lad. MTS, Longboy, and Spinny Vinny have also been on the channel. Tournament favorites. With the number of signups, let's go with two. Two tournament favorites. If either of these wins, I am the most correct. Number one has to be Longboy, because it has to be. It's always Longboy. It's always Longboy. Because he's the best. I say this every time, but people don't fucking believe me. He's so long. You can't tell where the hits are coming from. It's just you're looking at his face and then you get slapped. You don't even know where. Because why? Because he's long. He's so long. All right. Moss is looking for Sigmar. I mean, hopefully they found each other because they posted right. They posted right next to each other. It's like, hopefully they figured that out. I believe that is, what is his name? MTK Judo. I believe. Calamity. All right, for the second favorite, I gotta go. One sec. Grace, I need your help. You gotta pick a winner. Camera or no camera? Okay. All right. Our second judge is coming. I picked Longboy. You can't pick him.
Oh, I see. So there's two winners.
There's two winners. We gotta pick a winner. So out of all these names, who's looking? Dr. Nerd's there, but he lost one time, so he's dead to you.
That's true. He is dead to me. Who was the guy I liked before?
Lettuce. He signed up, but he didn't check in, so he's not here.
Okay.
Who do we got? Who's your hunk of beef? Look at
this crop.
Look at this crop.
Look at this crop.
Don't pick Troll Boy.
Troll Boy. Troll Boy.
Troll Boy, you know why I can't pick
you. We're not doing Troll Boy.
We're not doing Troll Boy.
I have to go with Father Ram Ram.
We're watching him first, so that's good. That's good. Let's go.
Father Ram Ram. It's all on you. You better win.
He's gonna win it.
That's not Longboy. We're not going with Longboy. Longboy, you know why it can't be you.
I'm going with Longboy. I go with Longboy every time.
Do you?
Every time.
Okay.
And if you ever win this tournament, you can't sign up for this type of tournament again, so I have been wrong a lot.
Longboy, you know why it can't be you.
But we love Longboy.
Yeah.
He's like my third favorite person.
Aww.
It goes Hazel Basil, you, Longboy.
What the hell?
What? Do you think it should not be Hazel Basil? She's coming to. She heard you talking shit. She's upset.
Come here.
She would. Hi, come here. Who's my favorite? Who's my favorite?
What about Moo Cow?
Fourth.
Aww.
You know why he's fourth.
You know why I can't be Moo.
I had to lock him in the basement because he's fourth. Fucking Moo Cow.
Look at this crop.
Look at this crop. Hazel, who's your favorite? She says Mossy because his Discord picture is a rabbit.
Oh.
That's some bias. That's some bias. All right, thanks for picking.
Good luck, everyone. But mostly good luck to Father Ram Ram.
Father Ram Ram's gonna win it. All right, Hazel.
Go on.
All right. Tonight's gonna be a loose stream because I have a pink jar next to me that has 3 shots of vodka in it. Can you drop me? I have to go. Oh. If you have to go, you can just surrender, by the way. Oh. Itatsuki, I'm sorry, man. Alright, I'm mostly caught up with things. That's a good pup. Hey, how's it going, everybody? Alright, I probably have to go find a game. Enough stalling, huh? Can I has invite? Oh, I have spectated Father Ramsey at some point before because we have a message history saying I have. Hair looks good. My hair is a hat. Father Ram Ram didn't want to invite me. That feels bad. Another thing you should know is normally, well, actually, not normally. We often switch up whether it's best of 1 with double elim or best of 3. With the patch coming out and I was stressed and all these things, I did just do a best of 3. So there's no double elimination. It's just best of 3 all the way through. Simple, easy as it gets. So tonight should be pretty straightforward. Also, with Best of One, I was a little worried about a potential new meta. And if something was, like, super broken, then it's like, every Best of One is just who got Zinch? That player wins. Which could be lame. It's a Thursday? Oh, I had yesterday, today, Friday off from work. I took off because of the patch. I scheduled this out, like, months ago before I knew how I was going to feel about the patch. And then now that I know how I feel about the patch, I'm like, well, I already took them off, so whatever. I feel like that was more information than you asked for, but it's what you get. Calamity. If you want Grace to be right, you are rooting for Father Ramsey. If you want me to be right, you are rooting for Longboy in an entirely different best of three. But he's still out there. And if you just want good games of Total War Warhammer 3, you should reinstall the last patch and uninstall this one. Okay. Okay, for anybody, while these guys do picks and bans, for anybody who is not in the know about how the last stream went, allow me to inform you. Come with me, children. Die! Hit him again! Hit him, Nakari! Nakari! Hit him! Nakari, what the shit? Nakari, you stupid fuck! Hit him! Nakari! Nakari, no! Do something! You stupid asshole! Nakari! Swing! Oh my fucking god. Okay. Okay, Nakari. You win. You win. You stupid ass. I hate this game. Things were going so well until Nakari decided to not play anymore. How did Azazel heal, by the way? I don't think he had any healing. Don't worry, guys. Nakari's got it. Don't worry. Hey, I see you guys worrying, and I just want you to not, because there's no problems here. Oh, he knocked Azazel over. Can he swing? No. Oh, he's back to walking with his best little friend. Because you're best buddies. Oh, no. Oh, no, I can't swing at him. No, because if you swing at him, you might hurt him, and that's bad for some reason. No, can't swing at Nakari. I mean, Azazel. God forbid. Dude, how are you missing this much? Like, literally, how? So that's how that stream went. Oh, can we find the other one on demand, too? While they do picks and bans? Hold on. There was another really good one of how this stream went for me. Not that. Not that. Not that. Here it is. Here it is. No, wait. Did it already happen? Yeah, okay, here we go. And then I start trying to pull back. I order somebody to shoot him. Now they're up to 14 while being shot at. They light up my Vampire Fleet Admiral, and then she gets netted by Zatan. Look at this burning head. This was just how my day was going. Look at this fucking burning head. It's right when he routes is when the cast starts. Alright, it is behind my guys. It's behind my guys. That's pretty close to what it's gonna do. Like that. It's supposed to do that. But it's already behind my guys. Then they move ahead. Hard curve! Boom! Hard curve straight to them, and then it re-straightens out. Just kills him. Just fucking kills him. I hate this game. I hate it. I absolutely fucking hate it. It just fucking kills him. Oh my god. It was such a cursed stream, man. It was so cursed. Oh, Lord. Rocking with some Tito's tonight. I have lemonade, cranberry juice, and Svedka vodka. MTS is very good. They're both slow enough they can't hit each other. Feature not a bug. Well, I was Zinch, and I used the Changeling to get Nakari, and that was a mistake, because apparently Nakari is broken. This explains the 3 shots of vodka? Oh, hell yeah. Also, I'm on vacation. I'm on vacation. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow. I know I'm gonna cast Friday Night Fights for Cool Umbrella, and that's technically all I have going on. But like, not trying to be a shitter, just being real. Viewership on today's stream was not very good, and that was a bummer. And then I'm not super happy with the patch because it feels like it went backwards in some areas. Like a lot more units feel jank, and they didn't feel jank last patch. So that's kind of bitter. And it's like, again, not trying to be extremist, just like literally assessing my time. It's like, okay, well, I could play Dark Souls 3 and get closer to playing Elden Ring because I'm currently on my Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Sekiro, Elden Ring playthrough. So I haven't played Elden Ring yet. So I could keep playing Dark Souls 3, or I could stream this game and hope that tomorrow's viewership is better than today's. But it's like, it's just a measure of what do you want to use your paid time off to do, right? Do you want to stream, or do you want to play your own single player game? So we'll see. See how I'm feeling tomorrow about it. We have 2 Faction War streams, Saturday and Sunday. We have a Friday Night Fight stream tomorrow night. I had a gameplay stream today, and now I have a new player stream today. Which, to be fair, this is what we took the time off to do, is stream a bunch with the new patch, but see how I'm feeling. You also streamed at 9 on a Thursday? Dude, I streamed for 5 hours. So that goes over the noon period, which is like the best viewership hours for North American to stream, because then you also get European viewers. Yeah, we streamed for 5 hours. It just was not good. Like, looking at my metrics, you can look at metrics for things I've streamed in that time point before. And it was down like 30%. Which follows the pattern I've also seen for the early access content. Normally, my early access content spikes super hard. We get a ton of subscribers, and then we kind of enter a valley as the patch plays out, and I just like keep the same fan base we've had the whole time, you know? And then you wait till the next patch, and then boom, spike, back down, that. There was almost no spike. My average viewership went from 1,500 to 2,500, which sounds like a lot, but the spikes I'm normally talking about is like the release of Warhammer 3. I had 100,000 views on some of my videos. Immortal Empire's release, I had 77,000 views on some of my videos. Chaos Dwarf release, I had about 50,000 on some of my videos. And this one, it was like, the highest video I had was like 5,000. And then it went back down to the 1,000s pretty quickly. So it's just like, it's very obviously the community stuff. Like CA is shitting the bed constantly, so there's not a ton of people that are excited, so then they're not seeking out content. It's not rocket science what's going on, but it is unfortunate, you know. It's not fun. Just because it makes sense what's happening doesn't mean it's like, yay! Yay, it makes sense that my house is on fire. You know, your house is still on fire. Maybe those 9 people who unsubscribed are your biggest fans, yeah. That Patch Notes video was not popular. Ah, Wheel, you got me. You gotta switch to Imperial. Looks like we have Vampire Counts versus Coast. Which I feel like in Warhammer 2 used to be the dreaded matchup that no one wanted to deal with. And I haven't seen it much in Game 3. And the one time I did see it was between Sabrus and Cool Umbrella just recently. And that one actually kind of banged. So I'm here for it. Let's see what's up. When night hits the US East Coast, it's already night for all of South America. Pretty late for EU. Oh, yeah, my night streams never do well. I know that. I was talking about the one I streamed earlier. I did 10 a.m. my time to 3 p.m. my time. So that would be... Europe is a broad space, but generally 7 hours ahead of me, so it'd be 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. for them. Missed the Dark Horse versus Lead. Any favorites in the tourney to watch? I picked Longboy, and Grace picked Father Ramsey. Yeah, Tatsuki. The part I'm most upset about, and I don't I try not to just be negative for the sake of being negative, but I also don't want to be disingenuous. The part that bothers me most is how a lot of the mechanics of the game went backwards, completely unrelated to the DLC units. Like, we used to have that problem I just showed of Nakari and Azazel. Various large single entities couldn't hit foot characters. Like, that was a known problem for a very long time. And then with the Chaos Dwarf patch, they fixed it. And that was a huge relief. And the meta got way better. And then on this patch, if you can rewatch the whole 5-hour stream, but if there was a foot character, I could not kill it. I just couldn't. So it's like clearly something somewhere in the code changed about how you interact with foot characters and not for the better. And it's like that wasn't in the patch notes, right? That has nothing to do with the Mutalith Vortex Beast or the Changeling or Yen Bo. It's like, I don't know why foot characters are broken again. I don't know what you did, but you did it. I don't know why Cavalry, if it gets disrupted at all, it immediately drops its attack orders rather than it felt like they used to still obey their attack orders. And then after a while, they would cycle back to something that was attacking them. Like, if a little bit of them gets caught up, they would keep running for a bit. And then if you really didn't give them new orders, they would turn around. I mean, we had a game where my guys just stopped dead. Like one horseman, a single horse with a single rider, hits one of my skirmish cav. And the skirmish cav just stops dead and everybody piles in on that rider immediately. And it's like, what are you doing? I told you to go to attack archers. Fuck you. So, like, a lot of the base game mechanics took a huge leap backwards. Like, it feels like several patches backwards. And I'm not a tech guy, but because I troubleshoot at my job a lot for chemistry reasons, but my first troubleshooting instinct is, I feel like I've had this conversation with myself before, and I wonder if they do patches on an old version, where, like, the version before the Chaos Dwarves was what they were basing this patch on for some reason. I'm not saying it makes sense, but this is the only thing that, like, I can think of, is for some reason they built this patch on the one before the Chaos Dwarves. And then when they shipped it live, like, none of those quality of life changes from the Chaos Dwarves came with. If that makes any sense. Because that's what it feels like. Even if that's not factually what it is, it's like, oh, God, okay. All of those massive improvements that we got with the Chaos Dwarf DLC just got erased somehow. And it's annoying. I mean, the game still functions, right? It's playable. It's just like, those quality of life things really bother you when they're gone. Only thing we're missing is the Necrofex? Yeah. So, for the builds as we load in, do a 5 zombie pirate deckhands mob. We have a carronade, 3 hand cannons. Wow, 3 hand cannons. They're very good at anti-aircraft shooting because of their spread. If you have a large body, like a dragon, you can get hit with the whole spread, so it does a lot of damage. Or if you're a janky flyer like a Manticore or Vargeist or Bats or something, the spread is really good for hitting you, even as you flap up and down, and it's hard for, like, single shots to hit you. You'll dodge some of them. Not with the spread shot. The spread shot's going to catch you. So, very good at anti-aircraft, if Vargeist what you're worried about. You have the Black Spot, some Roddy Promethean gunnery mobs, 3 of them, one of Sniper's Revenge. You have Vampire Fleet Captain Hero of Vampires with Wind of Death and Invocation Neck. And then, of course, because it's the meta, we have Araness Assault's Pite. See her literally every game, don't know why I'm even talking about her at all, with Kraken's Bane and her net. Memes aside, that is very cool. Can only net a grounded unit, but yeah, Araness is sweet. Excited to see her. On the other side, for the counts, 2 Fellbats, 4 Crypt Horrors, 3 Graveguard with great weapons, a Skeleton Warrior, 5 Zombies, Blood Dragon Vampire Lord, and 2 Corpse Carts, both with Unholy Lodestones. That's a pretty straightforward Vampire Counts build. I think the Counts are going to be a little favored here. The shotgun troops aren't going to have a great time shooting the Crypt Horrors, and I think that the Counts should be able to just blast through this front line and get onto the back line and be annoying. We'll see. I don't think it's so favored that it would be shocking if the Coast won. It's just if I had to put money down, I'd probably say this Counts build is a little better suited between the 2 armies that are sitting here. Yeah, Tatsuke. I agree. I know why I'm upset. It's just like, it's weird. It's a weird thing that happened where you're like, how? How did this happen? Alright, cannons are shooting at the Blood Dragon Lord. Do get one nice hit. And then he starts dodging around. As the counts advance, slowly but surely. They've confirmed a patch 4.1 though, so I wonder when that's going to be. Because with the Chaos Doors, patch 3.1 was like 3.5 weeks later, if I remember right. It wasn't too long. That sounds like a long time, but it's really not. Cannon still getting some hits on the Blood Dragon Lord. Actually, that time it hit it while aiming at the corpse cart. That's pretty funny. His juking got him in the way. Battle Frog, what up, dude? What up? Oof. Oof! He flew a little too close to the sun! The shotgun mobs made him pay for it with a little bit of help from the black spot. He throws out a quick zombie summon, but I don't think it's going to be worth the damage he took on his Blood Dragon Lord. Nice little breath attack. Realizing that there's really nothing worth your breath attacks, might as well just get it out on the front line to make it easier for your guys to slam through there. Because you know that how you win this is getting through the front line, just getting onto the back line, shutting down all these gunners and stuff. Felbats are moving in. They have attack orders onto the Carronade, and they should be able to shut it down. These crabs won't be there in time. And as we saw on the stream earlier today, I mean, artillery crews are very squishy. Now, Felbats aren't the best DPS, but they should be able to finish Carronade. Should. The counts are here at last. Here at last, here at last, marching in through the sparse front line of the coast. And there are no summons from the coast to try and fill the gaps or anything. They opted for Wind of Death, which I imagine we're going to see one right here. There's 3 units stacked on top of each other. That is Overcast Wind of Death City. There it is. Is it overcast? It's overcast. Whee! Oh no, it misses slightly. But does it keep going? Nope, rip. It got some of them, but it wasn't everything I wanted. Shotgun crews, Black Spot still doing their best. One of the Felbats is dead. The Carronade is still being shut down. It is crumbling, which is probably doing more damage than the bats, to be honest. And the Blood Dragon Lord is mildly considering landing on Aranessa, but I think that is too dangerous. And I really hope he doesn't do it in front of all these shotgun mobs. Oh, but he's fucking going for it. Let's get a little bit of a lag spike. He dives in onto Aranessa. He is on the ground in front of the Lamper's Revenge, too. That is very risky. And yeah, there comes the shots. Can he be netted? I actually forget. Her thing says she can net if you're grounded. But I don't remember if that... You know, because sometimes, like, flying units are considered flying even when they're on the ground. Like, Tempest still works on flying units even when they're landed. So I don't know if he can be netted. I just don't know. He is continuing to fight. Cryptors path through those zombies to try and stop these hand cannons from fucking him up, but they did. They have messed this guy up. He's already down to half HP and falling. And he's already received healing from an earlier whoopsie, so his healing cap's probably right around the corner. Hey, there it is! I'm a genius! I am a genius. You can't stop me. Black Spot are a mixed halberd infantry, so they aren't that sad. They're being attacked by these Cryptors. And the Carronades are saved. They're still crumbling a little bit, but they are saved from those Felbats. So overall, things are going very rough for the Vampire counts. Blood Dragon Lord is back up to the sky. He's juking. He's trying to get out of here and heal back up. But yeah, he has had a really bad go of things. At this point, he needs to just take a chill pill and let his front line get through the enemy front line and really start to help him out here. You must be knackered, Tom Pagan. I did stop streaming for a little bit to have dinner and walk the dog, but I'm back for this tournament. Battle Frog, that is true. Zongors do not have a unit cap in ranked. You can just do it. You can just get all the Zongors. So now our prophecy is coming true, slowly but surely. The front line for the Vampire Coast is falling, but man, the Black Spot and these shotgunners are just fucking up the Blood Dragon Lord. He is very impatient. He's not waiting for these guys to get shut down at all. He's just going in it for himself. And he's finding out. He's fucking around and he is finding out what happens as he gets chunked down. He starts to crumble a little bit. The poke is going to keep coming in. I think that is the end of the Blood Dragon Lord. And without him, I don't see how the counts can win the game. He does land one last time, but he is Dragon T-posing. He is Dragon T-posing on the Lamper's Revenge. Throws down one last Helm of Discord as the shots keep raining in on top of him. Vampire counts are falling apart at the seams. And there goes the man, the myth, the legend, the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord. Oh, he's healing up a little bit. And the shotgunners are pretending that they're obstructed from the giant dragon. Lamprey's Revenge haven't killed him just yet. He is heal capped, less than 1,000 HP. Continues to fight his way out. But there is no way out. That's my secret cap, is that there is no way out. There he goes. The Coastal reigns supreme. At that point, I don't see how they're going to win. Army losses is even closing in on our friends the Undead, and there they go. Very good game. Very good game indeed. On review, wow, look at the damage difference. 3,500 to 10,000. 11,000 almost. For Father Ramsey, he would just have to be a little more patient with his Blood Dragon Lord and let his front line fight the enemy front line and get through it like they were going to. We just took too much damage from trying to participate in the game. I'm always way out? What did I do? Did I say something stupid again? Cryptorers struggled. Zombies did okay. Blood Dragon Lord got shot a lot. Aranessa did well. Vampire Caster did fine. The Krabby Crabs did well as also. Then the shotgun mobs proving their value, getting insane damage. Same with the Black Spot. The Carronade was there. He existed. Undead versus Undead. That is another, like... I know positivity isn't super in vogue right now, but that is another thing that's actually really great, is... Ever since the Undead healing got nerfed, I feel like a lot of people don't talk about it, but the Undead are super fun right now. They're fun to play against. I vote they're fun to play as. Some people still don't like it, but I think Crumbling's in a good spot where it's like, yeah, it's crumbling. It takes a long time to die, but it does feel impactful. Undead healing doesn't seem insane. I don't know. I like fighting Undead. I don't ban any of the 3 Undead factions anymore. I'm super happy the Vampire Coast gunnery mobs got buffed. That makes me so happy, because I love to play them that way. I was playing around with the Carronades a bit. They still suck really bad. But the gun mobs feel real nice. I just need to stop trying to make cannons work. The vampires. Yeah. I mean, they're still good. They're just not OP, and they're not annoying. But annoying is super subjective, right? So some people are going to be like, they're still the worst faction in the game and I hate them. And there's other people that are like, no, they're fine. Dude, Tequila Sunset, I couldn't agree more. I did suggest it to CA in the Content Creator Discord and it got some upvotes, so we'll see what happens. But healing needs a nerf. It's the biggest problem. Honestly, the unit jank is frustrating. It is for sure. But if I could have a choice between unit jank, like, we revert unit jank to patch 3.1, or we nerf healing, I would honestly pick nerf healing. It's a tough choice, but I would pick nerf healing. Because healing has just such a big impact on the meta. And it was fine. Like, I feel sometimes people have issues remembering the past. The healing meta was cool for a time. It was cool and fun to see elite infantry because you could heal them up. It was cool and fun to see elite cavalry because you could heal them up. It was cool and fun to see dragons. Dragons were dog shit in Warhammer 2, and now they're great. That was fun. It was fun to see big monsters. It's just been that way for too long, and they've been too strong for too long, and then now we have a negative opinion of it. But it was fine for a while, you know. It's just old. Things get old, you know. Uh-oh. Dog's going off at the ambulance. but the healing meta has lasted too long. And healing was always strong, but it's different, Warhammer 3, man. It is different. Some people will say, like, in Warhammer 2, you still brought Earthblood and Regrowth. Yeah, but you didn't heal cap 3 different knight units and your Lord by just taking the Lord of Life. Do the small crab guys still not shoot their shotguns in melee? I actually don't know that, Ken. I don't know. Even with the nerf, you suggested healing would still be solid, just not dominant? Yeah. Elite infantry don't hold a ton of influence in land battles, man, but I've actually been seeing a lot more of them recently. Chaos Dwarves are bringing a lot of Infernal Ironsworn, and it's actually super hard for me to deal with. Depth Guard is not uncommon from the coast. I lost to Sippa earlier today, and he brought 2 Blackguard of Nagarond versus my Bretonia. So, like, Elite Infantry have a place. I think if you took all Elite Infantry and you took the average of them, Elite Infantry need buffs, but there's certain Elite Infantry that are actually doing okay. And it's interesting. It is a hard unit type to get value out of in land battles, though, because they just have such low agency. You have to come to them for Elite Infantry to be useful. Like, Elite Infantry are not faster than anything, usually. Right? So. Talk about healing and ambulances appear. Yeah. Or Nurgle and heal cap your whole army, because it's also fair and balanced. Does Nurgle heal cap their whole army? I feel like Nurgle heals less than any faction that brings the Lore of Life does, to be honest. Nurgle heals a good amount, but Lore of Life is fucking wild. Father Ramsey is back on vampire counts? Don't know what that's about. Freaka, I agree 100%. I honestly don't even think Rev Crystals are that imbalanced. Because they can't heal themselves, and very frequently a Rev Crystal is what people focus. I don't think the Rev Crystal's that bad. You could maybe nerf its healing a little bit. I don't think it would. Jesus Christ. I'm sorry, I apparently just live next to douchebags. You can nerf its healing a little bit, but I think the Lore of Life is the one that really needs a huge pass, like, for just a rework outright. Soul Stealer also needs a rework. I don't know. Lizardmen need a hero that's a better caster. Because I was talking about it earlier on stream. The Lizardmen Lords aren't that great. Sure. Agreed. But if you don't take a caster lord, i.e. a Slann, you have the Lore of Heavens and Beasts. Or you have a Tralgadon hero that is way too expensive and squishy to bother with. He has great spells, but he's just like super expensive and on a less than optimal mount. And then Lord Croak, who honestly I've actually been getting good value out of recently. But, yeah. So you just don't have really good Lords of Magic for your heroes. So if you want Fire or Life, you need to take a Slann. If you want Mazdamundi's combined magic, you also need to take a Slann as your Lord slot. How do we feel about lesser Slanns? Freaka. I guess at this point I'm just talking to you. How do we feel about lesser Slanns? Like a Slann hero. Sorry, Tom. My neighbors are apparently just dicks. Oh, and Toy Bitch, you're talking about like a Nurgle blob, not like a normal 20 stack army? Okay. Yeah, if people degen blob, then you can heal cap stuff, but that's just degen blobbing. Lore-wise, it wouldn't really make sense. Well, the annoying part is that lore-wise, he can also run around with Sora's Old Bloods. So are those like a hero now, or what? Alright, we have counts again. Technically, in the rules that I posted, you're not supposed to play the same faction in a best of 3. But it's a new player tournament, and already they're going pretty slow between games as far as picks and bans go, so I'm not gonna bring it up. If Calamity doesn't think it's a problem, then whatever, because I feel like he would have asked me by now. Skinks riding the salon toilets. That'd be pretty funny. Or their own mini toilets. Alright, we're into game 2. Wood Elves versus Vampire Counts. Vlad von Karstein against Durthu. And a Hex Wraith. Ooh. Hex Wraith. What if you got something like a Patriarch? No, my problem is that you need a caster in your army. And their hero options for casters are just really bad. It's not necessarily about healing. Like, you could get Slon heroes, or like let's say these Skink heroes, or even just like the Skink Priest that already exists. Let's just talk about the Skink Priest that already exists. You have Lore of Beasts, which is not ideal. It's just not a very good lore. And you have Lore of Heavens, which is one of the worst lores. Those are the two you have. Like, Shadows is really good. Death is really good. Life is really good. Fire is really good. Light has nets, which is niche, but it can work. Trying to think of the other generic lores offhand. Death, Shadows, Life, Fire. I think that's most of them. Yeah. Let's get my point. So if you add like a skink of fire, honestly, if you got a skink of fire, I think that would solve it flat out. Skink of fire, skink of shadows, something like that. I don't think we need more death magic. I don't think we need more life magic in the game. But I'm just saying, if you ask me the question of why always Slons and not combat lords, there's my answer, is because the skink heroes have bad lores of magic, so no one wants to take them. And then that means you need a caster out of your lord slot. So either you got to make heavens and beasts better, or you've got to give them lords that people actually want to use, lores that people want to use. Light skink would be thematic. Yeah. Yeah. My answer to why things are the way they are is different from how I would like it to be. How I would like it to be would just be make Lore of Beasts and Lore of Heavens better. Just make them better for every faction, because they're both lagging behind. Beasts is a little better off than Heavens, but neither is really doing great. But the reality is Heaven's magic has sucked since Warhammer 2, so I don't really think it's going to get better anytime soon. Alright, what do we got for us here? Father Ramsey, back on the vampire counts. 2 Fellbats, a Hex Wraith, a Blood Knight, 2 dogs, one of which is the Dire Pack Direwolves with the anti-large. 5 zombies, 2 skeleton spearmen, 2 corpse carts, unholy lodestones on each of them, 2 white kings as well. Both have Scab Scraith. Again, you're only supposed to have 1 item of each variant, so like there only should be 1 Scab Scraith. We'll see if it matters. We have Vlad von Karstein with Zombie Summon, Wind of Death, and Invocation Heck, and 1 Vargeist. On the other side for the Wood Elves, the buffed Wood Elves, I might add. 2 Glade Riders with the 360 shooting, not the Glade Riders melee variant. 1 Great Stag Knight, 3 War Dancers, 2 Glade Guard with Starfire Shafts, 4 Eternal Guard, all with shields. They had the Firebark, Elders, Treekin, ROR, Durthu with Flock of Doom, the Amber Spear, and Sword of Death, and then we have a Life Caster with Regrowth. Also buff Carnosaurs? Dude, yeah. I had a brief period of thinking Carnosaurs were okay, and that brief period very quickly ended. Carnosaurs are really trash. I think they would be good if they were like 1,200 gold, maybe even 1,100 gold, but at 1,550, it is wild what you're paying for. And I kind of want that to be the way they go. I don't really want a bunch. We already have a ton of single entities who are really good at dueling stuff and very expensive. Can we get some cheap single entities for if you want, like, a duelist but you're on a budget? Like, I already have the fucking Dread Saurian if I want an expensive duelist. I don't really want another expensive duelist. I need a cheap duelist. Like, the Snow Leopards would be fine if they weren't 650, if they were, like, just 500 flat. I think Snow Leopards would be fine. But 650 is too much. Because they're just not worth it. They ain't worth that much. Bats taking a little bit of fire from these Glade Riders. But these are not shotgun Glade Riders, so they won't do that much damage to flying units. Not like the coast. Those capes are up. Those capes are very up. Damn. How are our Starfire Shaft friends doing? What are you firing at these days? Looks like they're just firing into zombies, getting a little bit of free damage. Probably want to switch onto the corpse carts as quickly as possible. In the distance, Hexwraith took damage from something. Did you Amber Spear them, you cheeky dog? Wow, he did something. He messed them up, and it wasn't the Sword of Death. Must have been the Amber Spear. Damn, dude. Go Durthu, go. Scabscraith tearing through the Glade Guard. I imagine we'll have another one over here. Yes, those are very hard to see now. But, yeah, they do good damage. Corpse Cart's got to be taken out by these archers. They got to stop that healing and the stat buffs. But the War Dancers will make very short work of the zombies. Meanwhile, on the high ground, Overcast Flock of Doom hits 1 unit. Wow, 1? I thought it also hit these guys. Whatever. Just hits the Hex Wraiths, I guess. Great Stag Knights charge in. They will fight the Hex Wraiths. Probably beat the crap out of them, especially with some magic damage arrows supporting them. Ooh, those are dead Hex Wraiths. And the Dire Pack are chasing down some Glade Riders. We'll see if the Glade Riders can get away. Quick Wind of Death down the line of these Eternal Guard. That is Overcast, and that did a lot of damage. Ow! They're all dead! Oh, God, they're all dead. Okay, 2 Eternal Guard, completely fucked. God damn. Hex Wraiths are also dead. And the Glade Guard are deciding to stand their ground, realize they can't outrun the Vargeist and these Fellbats. They're just going to die. And the Hex Wraiths really need to hurry up and go away so that these great Stag Knights can be freed up to charge the Fellbats. Meanwhile, Durthu is fighting with Sword of Death and probably a follow-up Flock of Doom. He will really punish these Blood Knights and everything in that blob with him. Stag Knights are free. They will go fight the Bats. And the Glade Guard have deceivingly good melee stats that a lot of people forget, myself included. So the Fellbats really aren't going to do too much damage to them at all. Overall, despite that nasty, nasty Wind of Death, things are going pretty well for the Wood Elves overall. I think they're quite happy with what's going on. Their War Dancers are chewing through the front line without much effort or care at all. They've pushed back a lot of the mobile units, like this Blood Knight is at half HP and falling. One of the Fellbats is dead. The Hex Wraiths are dead. The Dire Pack are somewhere. Oh, they're out here, and they shattered a Glade Rider. Ouchie. Okay, that's going a little less good than I thought. And Vampire counts are up on damage value right now. But the Archers are secured, the Blood Knights aren't feeling so good, and Durthu is stuck fighting Vlad. Which could be going better for Durthu. Things could be better. Lifecaster is about to die. And it looks like the Glade Guard have noticed this. They are turning to try and help her out. She is going to rout. Maybe that isn't the worst thing, but a White King with a nice 2-for-1 Scabscraith really does a lot of damage to our friends, the Glade Guard. Great Stag Knights went for a bit of a journey, but they're coming back now. Durthu continues to do battle. Meanwhile, the Dire Pack coming home while Glade Riders try and punish them a little bit, but I don't know how much damage our Glade Guard friends are really going to do. Great Stag Knights still hunting the Blood Knights. Absolutely not going to let these guys go, even though I would personally prefer them to be on the back line defending against these Dire Packs and such. War Dancers continuing to do the great things we've talked about all game. They're just killing zombies. Just guys being dudes. This is the end of the Glade Guard. Ooh, Lifecaster might come back. That could be huge, because Durthu could use a regrowth about now. But with those Vargeist getting distracted and trying to dodge the Glade Guard and stuff, that does allow the Lifecaster to return. So, hopefully, the Wood Elves are reserving their Winds of Magic for healing at this point, rather than spending on more Flocks of Doom and Amber Spears. Because Durthu could really use a regrowth. The Great Stag Knights could use a regrowth. The Great Stag Knights are doing really good work. So yeah, either of those targets needs a regrowth. We don't need more Flocks of Dooms. All the multi-entity stuff, your infantry is taken care of. You need single-entity killing power, and that is your boy Durthu, and maybe the Great Stag Knights for the Blood Knights. Maybe. Battle's still dead even. Wood Elves take a brief, small lead on the damage value as the Firebark Elders continue to punch the Tithe. War Dancers also helping out against the Corpse Cart. Blood Knights are running around doing their best. Great Stag Knights finished off the Vargeist. Now we're helping kill the Dire Pack. In the distance, we have Glade Riders doing a good amount of damage to the Dire Wolves with their arrows, but now they are caught, so let's see if they even fight back. If they fight back, they'll be fine, but you need to give them an order to do that, which is a lot to remember. There's a lot going on right now. Oof. Spellsinger of Life takes a bunch of damage while we aren't looking. And she's probably going to rout. She did not get a regrowth off at all. There's an indication in the heck. That means, I guess, Durthu's going to have a lot of Winds of Magic for, like, Flocks of Doom and stuff. Scabscraith goes a bit wide, but that's not what you want at this point. Scabscraith's like, what are you going to Scabscraith? There's fucking nothing left. You just wanted those regrowths, and now you're not going to get them. I extremely doubt that lady's going to rally with that much HP. I've been surprised before by Elven leadership, but still. Glade Riders cleared out the dogs. Great Stag Knights, despite their extremely wounded state, if they can kill the Blood Knights, they did their job, because, like, they're not going to do very much versus Vlad or the Foot White King. That's going to be Durthu's task. So at least, if these guys kill the Blood Knights, then at least not healing the Great Stag Knights won't bite you in the ass. But not healing Durthu might bite you in the ass. Maybe. Though it doesn't look like that matters, as the War Dancers and Firebark Elders across the map are cleaning up everything. Leaving just the White King and Vlad. And then Durthu should be able to clean those up, healing or no. Because he's about to clap the cheeks of this White King. Okay, just sends a bunch of his own guys flying. Missed the White King a little bit there, but they give up. Calamity, Columbus will be moving on. Well fought by Father Ramsey. Second game was a banger all the way to the end. War Dancers, not going to get super impressive value, but man, they killed a ton of zombies. And the Glade Guard and the Cavalry getting really good value. Good showing from the Wood Elves. Happy to see them after the buffs. So that's cool. That is cool. Let's see if we can find ourselves a round 2 game. So there's only 2 games ready for us right now. It would be Wolfblade and Dr. Nerd, which I messaged them to see if they've started yet. Or it'd be Calamity versus Sigmar. So we'll hop up here. It sounds like they haven't started yet, so we should be able to hop in. For your consideration while I figure that out, here is the bracket so far. Some things have not been updated. Some things have. There it is. Sigmar 2-0'd Mossy. Calamity 2-0'd Father Ramram. Wolfblade 2-0'd Rarger. Longboy and Spinny Vinny are still going back and forth as far as I know. Nahuel and Angele also. We'll be hopping up here with Wolfblade and Dr. Nerd. Why is there like 7 people in some lobbies? I don't know, man. I just work here. Hi, Mossy. Sorry you lost, but welcome back. Wolfblade has allowed us to spectate. That was a good game. That was a good game. I enjoyed that. Rarger, I was out DLC, then outclassed. Oh, I'm sorry. Would it help if I told you I was proud of you, Rarger? I feel like that would help. Alright. Dr. Nerdgash versus Wolfblade. Why is that start out? F-B-L-A-D. F-B-L-A-D. Fblad. Why is Fblad start out? What the fuck? What? I don't get what the censorship stuff is. Like, Lenorm's name was Boobook Owl for a while, and it started out Boob, and I get that. But what the fuck is F-B-L-A-D? F-Blood. F-Blood. I'm going to put it on my stream. I'm brave. I'll stand up to the censors. I'll put Wolfblade up there. I'm not even going to star it out. Because that's what heroes do. Yeah, Lamb Sauce. He has the same spin as Deathmaster Snitch, so yeah. He murders infantry with the spinny spin. Does the Ratman ever stop streaming? No. No. Dude, imagine if this was a successful YouTube channel. Imagine if we had subscribers. Wouldn't that be fucking crazy? This stream's about to get wild because that jar was supposed to last a lot longer and it disappeared. And if you were here when I mentioned what was in this jar, you would know. You would know things. Now you know nothing. Fat kid at recess? I don't like you. Alright. Imagine Huber's streaming would grow the channel. You know what? Fat kid, I don't like you. All means you gotta make another one, Totsky? No. I know you're memeing, but some people actually have the advice where it's like, oh, you should make a second channel and do whatever you want to do, and then keep your main channel for like the Warhammer stuff. I'm like, what? What's the point of second channel then? It's gonna get no views. I don't give a shit. Hi, Frika. Yeah, I feel like I talked about League, but I played a little bit more today with my brother. I'll join you with this Step 1. Hell yeah, dude. I'm gonna go get a non-alcoholic beer. Frika, I'll get back to the League of Legends rant. I'll be here. BRB. Oh. Did I do good? Oh, that's nice. Okay. Alright. Skaven versus Kislev. With new Kislev, I wonder if he has the DLC. Wolfblade doesn't have the DLC, he might have a hard time. Stream League. I streamed a little bit of League with Platypus. That's always fun. That's just because Platy's fun. Yeah. So I was playing some League with my brother. Dude. I hate League of Legends. I hate it. I want to like it, but I hate it. It's bad. It's a bad game. Is it really a bad game? No. But it's a bad game. I'm so pissed about the top lane meta right now. Because it's definitely solo queue, it's not professional play. But in solo queue, man, the top lane meta is just pick a character that kills waves very quickly and just split push. And just push, push, push. Never participate in fights. Doesn't matter how many times you die, just push. As long as you're pushing, you're winning. It's super annoying. I hate it. Because I like playing tanks. I like playing tanks that participate in team fights. I like doing a lot of CC. I like protecting my teammates. That's just kind of who I am. Like, when I play a role-playing game, I'm a healer or I'm a tank. One of the two. Sometimes both, if you play like a paladin. Right? So then, also in video games, I just always pick like healer. Like in our Remnant 2 run I have right now with my friends, I have a friend that has the dog. I think it's like a hunter or something. And then I have another friend who's like the sniper, and he can make his eyes glow and do more damage and fire faster and stuff. I'm the medic. Like, it's what I do. So when I pick a top laner, I'm like, I'm going to pick a big-ass tank. I'm going to go to team fights. I'm going to be big and tanky. I'm going to save my teammates. I'm going to make some plays. I'm going to start some fights. And in the time it took me to roam to mid lane to join in the fight, we lost 2 towers top lane. And my whole team is mad at me for participating in the game. Ah! Feels real good. Lamb sauce, that's about how I feel about the Incarnate. I think the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts is really good balancing. I'm going to go on record saying that, and something's going to happen in the future that's going to make me look like an asshole. But the Incarnate is good. It's a good anti-large duelist. It has a Mortis engine. So you're like, wow, that sounds overpowered. But its model really works correctly, so if it just runs into spears, it takes so much damage. It takes a lot of damage from cavalry, too. It's very squishy. It doesn't have a lot of armor. It's gigantic, so archers can shoot it super easily. No line of sight obstructions. So you have to be careful with it. It's like, okay, that's good unit design. It can do a lot, but you have to set it up to succeed. Cool. I like it. It's good unit design. Honestly, I think the Jet and Jade Lions maybe are underpowered, but they also are more on the good unit design than bad unit design side. Now, Harmony is busted, and the Jet Lion giving the ranged version of Harmony is bad. I acknowledge that, but the unit itself is pretty fine. 1,200 gold for like a Manticore that can't fly type thing, but it has some supportive elements to it that helps the units around it. Okay, that's fine. I think the Mutalith Vortex Beast, this one's less popular, but the Mutalith Vortex Beast would be balanced if Tzeentch didn't have regrowth. But the fact that Kairos Fate Weaver has regrowth makes the Mutalith Vortex Beast way overpowered. Because it's such a good duelist. It's such a good Mortis engine. It's fast. It has a good model. It suffers from the same problems I mentioned about the Incarnate, which isn't... Sorry, the same downsides, not problems. Because I don't think it's bad for the health of the game. The Mutalith Vortex Beast is very big. It's easy to shoot. Its model works correctly, so if it runs into spears, it actually takes a significant amount of damage. And it's at a high price point at 2,000 gold. I think that would be fine, but the fact that it can have regrowth on the same roster as it, it's like, alright, never mind. Consequences don't matter to this fucking thing, so who cares? If you guys want some more positivity, this stream is rejuvenating my faith a little bit. Because I had this many viewers during prime time, and now I have the same, I have 40 viewers right now in NA time, which is normally half of my prime time. So if my prime time was 70, I would get like 35 on a night stream. But for a daytime, like, prime time stream, I got 41, 42, and we're sitting at 41, 42 right now. That's better than I thought. I was kind of ready for tonight to be a 20 viewer stream, and I was just going to vibe. Be sad off stream, but hooray. What are the OP units this patch? Zongors, Mutalith Vortex Beast, Akshina Ambushers, probably. Haven't seen much of Cathay. I don't know, dude. Zero, the hard part is you were popping in and out of the other stream, too. I ran into a ton of jank, and that took up a lot more of my mental energy than really assessing what units were good or bad. Was just like, oh, cool. My Nakari literally can't hit Azazel because reasons, or my Lewin, Damsel, and Knights Errant can't hit a foot Dark Elf caster because reasons, or like things like that. So that was taking up more of my mental energy than really just paying attention to units. I think the unit balance is overall pretty okay. I think the faction balance is more of an issue in this patch. And the jank. But let's assume the jank is gone. I don't think any one unit on the Tzeentch roster stands out as being crazy overpowered. Like, yeah, the Zongors are strong, but so is Kairos, but so is the Mutalith Vortex Beast. But so is the Soul Grinder. So what's actually OP here, you know what I mean? All of them? I guess kind of all of them. Well, you look at Cathay. Jade Warriors are way too strong. But, so are their Lords, I guess. So are their Peasant Long Spears, I guess. So are some of their range units, I guess. You know, Longmas and Croman and shit like that. So it's like, the rosters that have strong units, you pretty much end up just saying this whole roster is busted. And rosters that don't have strong units, you just kind of say this whole roster sucks. But, yeah. Brona, you want to watch and enjoy this game? Well, then you came to the right channel, because I make this game super fun, no matter what CA does, sir. Or ma'am. Or ma'am. But I mean, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Deathglobe Bombardiers. Boom! Fun. Done. You're welcome. Soul Grinders are good now? Yeah, dude. Just Soul Grinders of Tzeentch. Nurgle, debatable. I think they're trash. Some people think they're good. Depends on who you ask. But everybody agrees the Tzeentch ones are good. Everyone agrees the Khorne and Slush ones are bad. Hell yeah, Tom Pagan. That's the positivity we need. Alright, for the Skaven, we have a pretty tightly wound box here from Clan Rats with Spears, Skaven Slave with Spears, 2 Jezzails that are running way into range before stopping to fire, 3 globes, one of which is the Death Globe Bombardier, the purple one, and then we have 3 Rat Ogres and the Stormvermin ROR Council Guard. We have Vacant Claw with Cleansing Ruin as his only spell, and unlimited power. And he is throwing out his first Cleansing Ruin onto the 2 Chariot Casters. Now for Wolfblade, we have a front line of Kossar's Spears, Armored Kossar's Great Weapons, more Kossar's Spears, so a whole bunch of archers. We have more Kossar's Spears, so no Akshina Ambushers, surprisingly enough. We do have the Mornheim's Beowulfs, the ROR things in the woods. Another thing in the woods, Incarnate Elemental Beast, Mother Oshtenkia with Curse of Honor here and Flock of Doom. And then we have a Hag Witch of Death with Spirit Leech and the aspect of the Dread Knight? No, Doom and Darkness. Gotcha. Skaven weapons teams are fucking up these archers right now, but the Jezzails got a little too close before stopping to fire, so they're taking a lot of archer pressure, which will deal much damage to them. Despite their 70 armor and silver shields, it's just their HP pools are so small that archers will kill them, which is fine. Not necessarily a bad thing. Spirit Leech onto Ikit, trying to do a little bit of damage to him. So far, the Skaven are feeling pretty good. Gulya's trying to heal up. Some of these Cussler's Spears make them last a little bit longer. Deathglow Bombardier is already routed off just by the volume of fire. So is one of the Jezzails, but we really got to stop these other two globes as well. It's going a bit rough for Kislev. Incarnate Elemental Beast probably has to pile in here. The Skaven are getting way over saturated in this area, so if you could get that Incarnate over here with his Mortis engine, he could be damaging a whole lot of units at once. Mother of Stankia and the Hag Witch of Death also need to be cycle charging through here a lot more. Chariots are very annoying and tough for the Skaven to deal with. Incarnate is coming now. He is trying to get in here. Boom, immediate terror rout. Takes out 4 units, leaving just the Poisonman Globes at the mercy of the things in the woods. That is huge for the side of Kislev, honestly. Now, Cleansing Ruin is going to hit our big Incarnate pal, but at least he got away from Mother Ostankia and the Hag Witch of Death, so it's not all super terrible. And he is causing a lot of disruption, which is really, really good for Kislev. It's probably going to be their way back into this game. Ostankia is getting involved. Things in the woods also here. This is the big problem for the Skaven. Once they start routing, it's really hard to stop. If these things in the woods and both the Chariot Casters can just follow all of these routing units, that could be pretty huge. Something is getting cast towards these Skaven slaves. It looks like it's the bear. It's the crazy explosive bear thing. It looks like it just did a little damage to Poison Globes. Not too big of a deal. Incarnate probably has to go kill the Jezzails. Things in the woods, chasing down all of these routing units. These rout ogres in the distance, and those slaves will probably rally, but still pretty good damage overall. Spirit Leech on to Ikit once again. Kislev takes the lead on the balance of power. Kossar is trying to stop the rat ogres who are rolling through their back line right now, but Kislev is mostly down to just their single entities is all we really care about. Incarnate Elemental Beasts, I mentioned, man, he does not like to be left in spears like this, and even these clan rats and Skaven slaves are putting a beat down on the poor Incarnate. More Skaven are routing. Kislev's a little further up on the balance power than I would think. It's now kind of trending back towards middle, but I think this is anyone's game. Maybe Skaven favored? I don't know. Their leadership is real bad, but it could be Skaven favored. These chariots do need to get much more active in melee. It seems like they're treating themselves like missile chariots, which they kind of are, but they're mostly melee chariots. Mostly. Armored Kossars shooting for now back at these Clan Red Spears, but they will have to turn and fight the Storm Vermin sooner or later. Mother Oshtankia getting the heal for the Incarnate Elemental Beasts. It was a little heal. It was a little teeny tiny thing. Another Spirit Leech draining down Ikit Claw. Now, a lot of infantry for the Skaven are back, and even some of their ranged weapons are back, and all of a sudden, yeah, they are ahead on the balance of power. Kislev getting a little sloppy here with finishing things off. They're allowing these Jezzails to poke them down for too much, allowing Ikit Claw to get away with too much, unfortunately. Routigers in the backfield might rout if these Armored Kossars stay and fight, which they should. They're just getting run down right now, so they need to just stop and fight. Cleansing Ruin catches both Mama and Incarnate Elemental Beast. It is overcast too, so that's going to do a lot of damage to the Incarnate. Now, thankfully for Kislev, he is unbreakable. Mom's going back into the ring, just taking a bunch of free damage. That's going to be very costly for Kislev, and that's honestly probably the game at this point. Incarnate's about dead. Gulya's is not off cooldown. And without him, there's no Mortis Engine. There's no dueling power to really take out Ikit. So Spirit Leech and a quick hit by the Things in the Woods. Trying to take out Ikit, but the Things in the Woods, I don't know where they're going. I don't know what they have orders to do, but they just walk straight past him, which they 155% need to just be trying to snipe out Ikit right now. He's in a bad situation. Yeah, there we go. They'll try to run him down. He's down to 500 HP and falling. He starts to rout, but can they kill him? If they can kill him, maybe Kislev can drag this game back. Maybe. Without the Incarnate, it'll be tough, but it's technically possible. Things in the Woods, terror rout away from Ikit. Ikit's down to 300 HP, still falling just a little bit. Gisele's poking down the chariot casters, but Ikit dies. So yeah, if Wolfblade is rewatching this game at some point, learning what to do, you got to finish chasing off these things, because these Giselles, man, you routed them so early, and then they just came back and fired all game, paying for themselves, doing really good work, killing your incarnate elemental beasts and all that stuff. It's going to be army losses. GG. That was good, though. It was good. Mutalith Vortex Beast? Yeah, you gotta shoot him, which Vampire Counts can't really do. Freak, I do like Shen. I do like Shen. You can watch the stream where Platty and I were playing together that Shen got destroyed by a Scion because the Scion went like 1 in 10 and ended up carrying the game for them because he just split push. He just played Tryndamere Scion and I couldn't do anything about it. It was awful. Ikka Claw, 2020. Wait, yeah, 2,700 value, which is good. Giselles both did fantastically. Globes, mixed. One globe did great, the other two did not do very well at all. Clan Rats of Spears, mixed. Skaven Slaves, mixed. Mother Ostankia, 1,400 value. 1,600 on the Spirit Leech Caster. Things in the Woods, ROR not much. Armored Cossars did okay. Archers did okay. GG's. GG's. When? Alright, blockers up. Score is updated. I'm gonna take a leak, BRB. Hey, Hot Fire Potato, how you doing, man? How you doing? Wait. Look at this little cow. Look at him. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Healing didn't get touched at all. Yeah. Grail Knights can't charge through infinite infantry. Yeah, Grail Knights feel fine to me. Like, healing feels overly good. But Grail Knights don't, if that makes sense. Like, I would rather nerf healing, which is the common problem, than nerf every elite unit that receives healing into the dirt. Where it's like, yeah, okay, I mean, you could do that, but then if they ever nerf healing, these units are just going to suck ass. I updated the bracket. Longboy and Spinny Vinny and Nahwell and Angle are still fighting. I feel like Nahwell somehow always ends up a little slow in the draw. Round 1 should not take that long, though. Alright, we do have Beastmen versus Grand Cathay. This will actually be our first Grand Cathay sighting on the channel since the DLC. I'm trying to think, I didn't see them at all today. Yeah, I didn't see them at all today. World of Tanks builds. That's pretty funny. I can appreciate the humor in that. I'll allow it. Oh. Yeah, the Steam Tank is one of those few units that I would say doesn't need a cost decrease. It needs a damage increase. Steam Tank does so little damage. I've used it before. I just didn't notice its impact at all. To make it useful, not even joking, you'd probably have to make it 1,000 gold at its current state. Its current state is that bad, in my opinion. And some people out there might immediately be going to their keyboards but with Lore of Life and it's unbreakable, you can do this blob or whatever. Still not very good. Still not very good at all. Just doesn't do any damage. There's no loser bracket in this tourney? No, we just did best of 3 for this one. Just flat out. Best of 1, the losers bracket was taking a long time. Doesn't mean I won't do it again. It's just I didn't know what the patch was going to look like, so I just did best of 3. If the Steam Tank was 1,000 gold, it wouldn't be used. Yeah, I could see that, but I also could see people I could see it being viable, if not optimal. To make it competitive, you'd probably need 800 gold for it to be good enough that people just do it. Alright, Spinny Vinny messaged me saying that he's done. Alright, Longboy advanced. Good job. Longboy. I still don't want a 1,000 gold paperweight. That's fucking awesome, kid. That's a good burn on the Steam Tank. Okay, armies are getting set up. I don't usually try to talk about them too much before they're done deploying, otherwise they move underneath me and I miss things. So let's talk about them while they're still deploying. 4 Centaurs with throwing axes, one of which is the Grogcliffs of Wolf Run ROR. 5 Ungor herds across the front line. We have the Sons of Goros ROR Centaurs with great weapons. A Jabber Scythe. Wild's Caster with Traitorkin and Rod of Corruption. I mean, the Forbidden Rod. I don't love that because this guy has no healing whatsoever, so that damage on him is permanent. And it's going to fuck him up. We have a basic Manticore and the Butchers of Calcan Guard as well. Freaka? Fair. You know what? Fair. You win this round. On the other side, for Cathay, we have a whole bunch of pointy sticks. How many is that? 4 Jade Warriors Halberds, 4 Peasant Long Spearmen, 3 Iron Hail Gunners, 3 Peasant Archers, 4 Peasant Archers. We have Yenbo, the Jade Dragon, with Armor of the Dragon's Gaze. Interesting. For his ITP aura and then damage distance for himself. Shem's Burning Gaze, Net, and Talons of Night. He also has his Dragon's Fang plus the Executioner. So the Executioner, paired with that guy using the Forbidden Rod on himself, the Great Bray Shaman should be able to die without ever entering melee. We have 2 Onyx Crowmen, 3 Onyx Crowmen, one of which is the Empress's Crowman. And that is it. That is it for Cathay. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. We'll see how it goes. I'm a little worried for the Beastmen. Not gonna lie. I worry the Jabberscythe is gonna get netted and then just shot by everybody, because that's the biggest problem they have to deal with. If they kill the Jabberscythe, they win the game. There's just too many infantry for the rest of this build to deal with. Shems? Yeah. So, Tian, if you aren't super up to date on Bug Watch, Executioner... A unit with Executioner will execute models in combat below a 20% hit point threshold. That works with spells. So if something gets to 20% health or below, if Yanbo casts Shem's Burning Gaze at them, they're just flat out dead. It's a ranged execute. I don't know who discovered it, but Tactical Lich told me about that bug. So there's his credit, but I don't know where he got it from or if he discovered it. The Centaurs are throwing axes, harassing the sides a little bit. Peasant Bowmen should be able to push them off, but it looks like the Crowmen are also just going to stay their distance, which is fine. I'm fine with this for now. You can just ignore the Centaurs, and if they want to go into melee, you have plenty of halberds to deal with them. If they want to kite around, just ignore them for now. You have bigger fish to fry. Iron Hail Gunners are retreating, which is a problem. They need to stop and fire right about now. Great Bray Shaman of Wilds. Overcast does more damage to himself, and the Forbidden Rod is ticking him down. See what happens here, but Yanbo has to activate that net, and he has to activate it soon. There is the net onto the Jabberscythe, though unfortunately one of the Iron Hail Gunners did end up in melee. More of the Iron Hail Gunners and archers are turning to fire at the Jabberscythe, but this is brutal. These Iron Hails just being here is really bad for Cathay. They need to back off. Manticore and the Great Bray Shaman of Wilds are in here. Yanbo is trying to get some goodness done on the Jabberscythe. It's already down about a third of its HP. Archer's still harassing a little bit. Onyx Crowman trying to get involved. And all of those Centaurs throwing axes are getting, you know, pushed away by the Peasant Archers and Jade Halberds. Empress's Crowmen do need to get involved somewhere. The Cathay front line is falling apart for now. And a lot of these range units are getting blobbed up. Empress Crowman diving in. It will get rid of all these people. And is that another Traderkin? That is another Traderkin. Oh, okay. Neither of them but Overcast. That explains a little bit more. Jabberscythe's getting low. Does he use the Executioner ability on it, or does he just wait it out? I'd probably wait it out. Save the Executioner ability for this Great Bray Shaman who's already at half HP. There's another net. As the archers continue to pummel it, Yanbo's definitely trying to catch up. Balance power's about even as the Beastmen front line all of a sudden falls apart. Their Ungor is just not really hanging in there. A whole bunch of range units about to rout, though. A little too clustered up on that front. And Yanbo is here. He is punching that Jabberscythe, trying to get it to execute. That little blue symbol, I think, means if he uses his one-time use ability on it, it'll die. But the red means if he touches it at all, it'll die. There's a Shem's Burning Gaze. It entirely misses the Jabberscythe. Unfortunate there. That's not like a thing he did wrong. It's just unfortunate. But that Great Bray Shaman is definitely in execute range. Yanbo has to get over here and just, like, yeet that guy. The Forbidden Rod is putting him in severe danger. So archers are putting the Jabberscythe at Shem's Burning Gaze level. So what could happen here is Shem's Burning Gaze, whenever it comes off cooldown, could kill the Jabber. And then the execute ability can kill the Great Bray Shaman, and all of a sudden 2 of your single entities are dead, including your fucking Lord. Here it comes. It's coming right now. It's coming right now. Oh, it's gonna happen! He's running for it! The Jabber is routed, but I'm just paying attention to this. This guy's fucking dead. He's fucking dead! Does he click on him? There it is! And he's gone! And he's gone! The sword appears. The Lord disappears. Jabberscythe is dead from archers shooting at him and stuff. I don't think Yanbo had anything to do with that. The Beastman Lord is dead, and without him, their leadership falters. Some of their rallying units are even considering running away just from the concept of their Lord being dead. Sons of Goros getting pushed off. And the Centaurs with throwing axes are healthy, and they have a lot of ammunition. But the rest of their army is gone. Manticore's already routing. Butcher's Calcum Guard trying to carry, but it's over. It's fucking Jover. Got executed. Got executed, son. Net of Amtok keeping that Manticore in distance for Yanbo, though he is suffering from foot character things and gets pushed around like a little baby man. Little baby. Little baby man. Centaur is getting pushed off by those peasant bowmen. Manticore is routing. Yanbo is trying to get some damage onto it with the Onyx Crowman. I don't think the Butchers and Centaurs can carry it. I think we're going to game 3. Engine of the Gods. Yeah, Freako. Sometimes you just gotta do what's cool. Sometimes you just gotta do what's cool. Centaurs with throwing axes. Probably should go into melee with these guys. There's a lot going on, so they're just trying to trade fire with them right now, which the archers will win. There we go. Now they're going into melee, so they'll crush through these range units pretty quickly and push them off. I just don't think it's going to matter. The Empress Crowmen push off the Sons of Goros for a second time. If they get killed a third, routed a third, they will shatter. And a whole bunch of halberds are grouping up with Yanbo. In the distance, Crowmen are chasing off a lot of Beastmen units, and that's that. Do Onyx, Crowmen, rout or crumble? They rout. They rout. Peasant archers rally. They're firing at the butchers real quick before the Sons of Goros are going to take them out. Even on an uphill charge, they should be able to kill these peasants pretty easily. Oh! Oh, the humanity! Yeah, they're rapping. Quick little net onto the Centaurs with throwing axes, trying to let Yanbo and his peasant long spears catch up to those guys. Manticore's off the map officially, so a nearly full health Crowman is coming back to us. These archers probably have to just turn and fire at the Sons of Goros because they are not getting back to safety. Not in this lifetime. Damage value is 9,000 to 6,000. Sorry, someone's messaging me about tournament stuff. Sons of Goros do manage to shatter the peasant archers, and then they rout these long spears. Halberds trying to get a little bit of poke back onto them. Messaging about the tournament. Looks like all round 1 matchups are done, and all round 2 are currently in progress, which is good news. I don't have much to say at this point. There is a metric fuck ton of halberds and a full health 3,000 gold lord left versus the tattered remains of a Beastman army and a healing capped almost Butchers of Calvin Guard. There's no shot Beastmen win this game. Peasant long spears fighting it out. There's a net for someone somewhere somehow. It is a net onto the Butchers of Calvin Guard as the Jade halberds move in. Sons of Goros should shatter from this last break. There they go. Onyx Crowman running into the back will also rout off the Ungor herds. And the Butcher's Cabin Guard probably going to take enough damage from fighting these halberds and Yanbo that will hit army losses, and the game will go the way of Cathay. On to game 3, lads. On to game 3. Brave Shame to Wilds did okay. Especially with Yanbo existing. Now, he didn't know he was going to fight Yanbo, but that's why I don't like the Forbidden Rod, is it just does so much damage to your own character that it makes your Lord vulnerable, and then times that by 50 with Yanbo existing, so Yanbo just got to point at him and he died. Beastmen, mixed value overall. Butchers did fine. Caster did fine. For Yanbo, 1,000 value. Absolutely insane. Halberds did okay. Onyx Crowmen did really well. Iron Hail Gunners, not so great. Peasant Archers did pretty well overall. And then the Peasant Longspears did quite nasty for their low price point. GG. Game 3. Oy. I'm back to sitting down. I'm feeling it now, Mr. Krabs. It's game 3. Dr. Nerd Gash flips over to the dwarves. I'm actually pretty excited for the dwarves this patch. The flame cannon buffs were cool. Really wish they would nerf Thoric and buff the other lords, but fine. But who will the dwarves face? Could it be the Empire? Oh, Lord. Back in the day, this was a terrible Empire matchup. After some buffs to greatswords and stuff, it feels a little more even these days, but I'd still probably favor the dwarves. Probably. Dwarves Empire. Is this the way it has to be? It appear it do. Answering some messages while they figure their stuff out. It is not looking like Dwarves versus Empire. It is looking like Coast versus Bretonnia. Interesting. All right. Crowmen are also really strong since they have extra spotting. Yeah, Crowmen are just strong in general. I don't hate it though. They're good. They're a good unit. I like them. They're strong, but they don't feel super OP. Vampire Coast seem ready to go. Coops had his Jet Lion and Jade Lancers beat your Khorne Knights earlier? Seems odd, but I guess. Not having armor piercing of any kind is really hurting the Chaos Knights of Khorne, I'm noticing. All the melee attack in the world can't get you through, like, any amount of armor. Oh, he had the generic Lord and Alchemist helping them? Okay, that would actually help a lot, because he probably Plague of Rusted you. Kislev got better shades. They got Skin Wolves, but anti-infantry. They got a lot of stuff. Yeah, Kislev actually got a lot of stuff. So, pretending the DLC cost a normal amount, pretending that, I think Kislev actually got, like, the best change. Because they went from being a really bad faction to being pretty good. I'm not a fan that they turned into a kite faction, kinda. But, I don't know. Akshan Ambushers are a really good niche for their roster. Things in the Woods are a really good niche for their roster. They really needed some mobile armor piercing. The Incarnate Elemental Beast is a fun giant monster. Chariot Casters and Chariot Lords their chariots are pretty good. So, that stuff's good. I don't love that the Streltsy are just entirely obsolete because of the Ambushers, but, like, overall, yeah, the DLC gave them what they needed to. Their lords are still crap. The original Kislev lords are crap, but yeah, they have death now, so they're fine. Alright, Coast is ready. Bretonia has 7 gold left, so they are pretty close to ready. They are ready. We're in it. Yeah. Tian, their unique lords are still really bad. Tian, you're the Darkest Dungeon pro. Is Darkest Dungeon 2 any good? I've heard mixed things. Hey, Aaron. Carronades. Oof. I say oof from a 5-hour stream of trying to make Carronades work, and they never did. I'll let the army set up before casting them too much. Dan, come on, buddy. What are you doing? How dare you not play the game that you are the master of and tell me whether or not it's any good? Alright, Dr. Nerdgash, taking my new favorite Vampire Coast Lord, Vampire Fleet Admiral of Pistols with Death, Fate of Buna, and Spirit Leech being her spells. 3 Animated Hulks, 2 Carronades, Lamper's Revenge, 2 Handgun Mobs, 4 Bomber Mobs, 5 Deckhands Mobs with the swords. More of Ice is death in some matchups, but the new Kislev Lord is really strong. Damn. On the other side, for Bretonia, we have 1 Pegasus Knight, 2 Knights Errant, and that is it for the Knights. We have the Fey Enchantress with Dwellers Below, Regrowth, and Earthblood, the Green Knight, and a Grail Relic, a bunch of archers, 5 of them, 2 Battle Pilgrims, post-nerfs, 4 Men-at-Arms with shields, 1 Spearman Men-at-Arms, and 2 Peasant Mobs. A very unique Bretonia build. Oh, there's also 2 deck gunners. I missed those. If the archers aren't dead by the time they reach the area, they'll get really good value. They just like decided not to keep doing the interesting metagame hero management that made Darkest Dungeon 1 stand out. That is very strange. I'm going to look up the reviews on Steam right now. Darkest Dungeon 2. 7 out of 10 on Steam, 8 out of 10 on IGN, but who gives a fuck what IGN says? Weird. Weird. Alright. The Clarion's Call. Bretonnia moves forth. Knights Errant riding out. Go them go. Meanwhile, Carronades firing at our friend the Fey Enchantress. Now she has a very small profile, but if she does manage to get hit, she does have 15% missile resistance, 15% ward save, trying to keep her safe. So she should theoretically be okay. The Bretonian front line will beat the Vampire Coast front line, and those archers are going to be key. Because they have a lot of animated hulks to kill, they have a lot of deck gunners and bomber mobs to kill. So we'll see how well the archers can do. Deck Gunner is firing at the Grail Relique for now, getting good damage there. Run-based roguelikes instead of a weekly roguelike. Weird. Archers are getting into range. It looks like they're trying to fire at the Deck Gunners. Good, solid choice. Deck Gunners are the biggest threat to them on this this Vampire Coast build. And they're quickly taking down those Deck Gunners, though some of them are also firing at the bombers, so spreading out their damage a little bit. We'll see if they can kill those Deck Gunners in enough time that it doesn't really matter. Knights Errant taking a long way around. I don't know where the Pegasus Knights are. They're also coming around. But so far, I like the patience from Bretonnia. Not getting too antsy, not throwing in your calves so early that they get completely fucked up or anything. I think Darkest Dungeon 2 suffers from an identity crisis of not leaning into unique identities of having just one party and doesn't manage to make compelling play loop for restarting runs. Interesting. Alright, men-at-arms and peasant mobs taking a lot of damage, but the Battle Pilgrims have not joined the fight yet, neither have the Knights, so far Bretonnia really hasn't lost anything to care about. One Deck Gunner is entirely gone. And a Fate of Buna, I heard a Fate of Buna, but I don't know what it hit. Oh, here it is. It's hitting a Men-at-Arms. That's a whoopsie. That is a whoopsie using an expensive spell like that on a 200 gold unit. First charge of the Knights is in. Does some decent damage to handguns. Gets good separation. As far as the archers go, I think all 6 of them are still online. Unless that routing unit there is an archer. But yeah, most of the archers are still online. They're getting really good value out. Someone needs to kill these Deck Gunners. That feels like really free value right there. One of the Knights has to go in and do something about that. Knights charging in on the deck dropper, the zombie pirate gunnery mobs with bombs. That's it. And the Knights Errant, maybe they'll kill off the Deck Gunners, the only real threat to your archers. We'll see, we'll see. Some of these deckhand mobs are getting through your front line here. Are these Battle Pilgrims? No, Men-at-Arms. Where are those 2 Battle Pilgrims? One's way over there. One's here. Okay. Knights have compromised the back line. Bretonnia is looking quite favored at this moment. The Green Knight is in. He's dueling the Fleet Admiral of Death, getting some decent damage onto her. As the Knights Errant are coming, say goodbye to these Deck Gunners, because they are dead as hell. Goodbye, my little friends. Bretonnia's up with the bounce power. I tend to agree, though the backline is getting compromised a little bit by these animated hulks and zombies walking through. I still think the archers have gotten done what they needed to get done. Almost all of the bombers are dead. The handguns are dead. These carronades are still chilling, but I think the Knights Errant are about to make that a lot less chill. And the Green Knight is running down this Vampire Fleet Admiral. Though he's doing that thing again. This is the second time today we've seen him just run alongside it. What the fuck? I don't know why that's back. Knights Errant charge the carronades briefly, but they get pulled back to the animated hulks. They're having a hard time committing to those cannons. Bombers did catch up to some of these peasant bowmen, pushing them back. The bounce power is going a little towards the middle again, and that's going to be a nasty Fate of Buna. on one of the only 3 Knight units, while the other Knight unit's taking a ton of damage. Can the Knights hang on long enough to actually finish off the Carronade? I don't know. Where are the Pegasus Knights? Pegasus Knights were also pushed back by the Crabs. So the Knights of Bretonnia are taking a lot of damage in these trades. Green Knight's still trying to chase around this guy, and now he's getting some good hits in. Oh, he's back to walking side by side with him. Someday he'll focus up and figure his shit out. There we go. He stops, he turns, he swings. He gets some big shots in. And with Pegasus Knights also yellowing into the Carronades, plus their Lord dying in a second, their leadership will tank enough that these 2 Carronades are done for. So both the cannons are going to be shut down, the Lord is shut down, and the Vampire Coast Balance of Power tanks. Their leadership across the board just falls apart. They're starting to crumble. We're already down to the ROR gunnery Crabs, a single healthy animated Hulk, and some very tattered random units. While Bretonnia is rallying across the board, the Green Knight's still very healthy. I think Bretonnia is going to take it. All right. It's looking like it. As these guys fade away, army losses will hit and take out the Lampier's Revenge. So there's no point in focusing Lampier's Revenge. Just clean up all the extra random shit and let army losses do the rest. There it is. When did Mass get posted in the Unicard? A couple patches ago. I think in the spring. Carronades struggling as much for Dr. Nerdgash as they did for me. Deck Gunners also having a hard time due to all those archers. Bombers did really well. Animated Hulks did well. Zombies did really well. For the other side, Fey Enchantress really struggled to get value. The Green Knight did fantastically. Knights Errant paid for themselves considering how cheap they are. Archers were the heroes of the day. And a lot of peasants died. Just a lot of peasants died. Just so many peasants, all dead. All right, I contacted Imtiaz and Longboy. Longboy is currently down a game, but they are about to enter game 2. And I asked them if I could spectate. Those carries were shit. Yeah, they didn't do much. Don't know why. I tried using cannons twice today. Both times I regretted it. I got wrecked. I'm going to join a random game and hope it's the right one. Host kicked me from the game. Rude. All right. We are here. Longboy versus Imtiaz, also apparently known as Loki. Loki is up 1. But I never lose faith in Longboy. And I never will. Longboy! 0. Entering game 2. Trying to learn from the best? Oh, thanks. Thanks, Dr. Nerd. Escape game was good. I talked mostly about what the Kislev player was doing because they were losing. So it's easier to give feedback on stuff that's losing. I think your formation was a little tight. You overlapped a lot, which you want to reduce on because that can be punished by spells and stuff. I think your target prioritization was good. Rallying your routed units was good, so then you got them back into the fight pretty quickly. That stuff was good. Your Cleansing Ruin targeting was good. So yeah, I just think spreading your formation. I know you wanted to box, but I meant after that, when you ended up rushing, a lot of your stuff got really blobbed up, and if your opponent had the tools to punish that, it could have been really bad for you. Orendes, that is fair. Wolfblade, your opponent isn't ready. Yeah, we're spectating your future opponent now. Either Longboy is going to make the reverse sweep, and you'll get to fight them. Or we will watch Loki get a 2-0, and then we'll hop up to see how y'all are doing. Any tips for playing against Skaven as dwarves? Gyrocopters with really good micromanaging is annoying. Also, Slayer Rush is annoying. Flame Cannons after their buffs could actually be kind of good, though you do have Jezzails to still contend with, so I don't know. It's a tough matchup. Probably still want to go with Gyrocopters and Slayer Rush. And then, like, your micro just has to be super on point with the Gyrocopters. All right. Armies are set up enough-ish now that I can talk about it. We have Slaanesh versus the Vampire Coast. A lot of coast today. I'm not against it. I'm not against it. It's fun to see a little bit more of them. They were the undead faction that got left behind the most last patch. I don't think they were bad. It's just like they were meta for so long that people seem to be tired of playing them. So we saw a ton of Tomb Kings last patch. Not a lot of coast. For the coast, we do have one deck dropper bomber, a second one actually hovering over the army, another hand cannon. A lot of those hand cannons appearing these days. So it looks like we have 2 overall. Some depth guard with pole arms, 2 of those. A deck gunner, another carronade, a rotting Promethean gunnery mob thing. Celostra on her big crab with both of her summons. Her summon, wow. Her summon is her only spell. You only get 2 uses of that. I guess Longboy is expecting this to be a short game, or yeah, a short game one way or the other. All right. On the other side, for Slaanesh, we have a whole bunch of Devoted Marauders across that front line. Hellstriders of Slaanesh supporting, looks like 4 of them. Some Demonettes, couple Seekers. We do have a Herald of Slaanesh, with Phantasmagoria and Lash of Slaanesh, plus the Fury summon. It's a pretty straightforward build. Run at them, profit. What is FOTM? Fancy of the moment? Don't know. Cannons are firing at something. Just trying to get a little bit of damage out while deck gunners fire at the Devoted Martyrs of Slaanesh. But man, this is a lot of Slaanesh infantry, and I do not think the coasts are going to be able to kill all that infantry. I guess they have 2 bomber bats, so maybe, but it's going to be rough. Hellstriders pile straight into the zombie hand cannons. Get some decent damage, but it's not turning their favor in the long term. And the bombers are already firing in. Cannons going to be shut down immediately by the Hellstriders. It's a tough loss, like, gold-wise, but it's not really that bad of a loss battlefield-wise. The cannons didn't have much to do here. Damn Knights Errant is out, trying to get involved. Bomber bats turning around, but that deck gunner is not long for this world. Loki is about to take it out. Longboy is up on damage value, though. He can be happy about that. Cannon is officially gone. Damn Knights Errant still trying to get a little bit of damage out. Deck Gunner's also officially gone, and that will spike Slaanesh ahead on the balance of power. As the crabs and the bombers try to carry, because we're losing these hand cannons, guys. They're not doing the best. They're not hanging in there. Damn Knights Errant taking a lot of damage, but I'm sure Celostra doesn't really care that much, as their first Rotting Promethean summon is out. Depth Guard with polearms trying to catch some of the cavalry, though Slaanesh is going to scuttle away from that. Don't want anything to do with this. And the bombers are strangely AFK. They do need to turn around and punish some of these blobs, especially the blobs on the front line. With their bombs, that would be pretty good. Damn Knights Errant almost out of time. Only 28 seconds left, and they're even low on leadership. They're going to start crumbling a little bit. And the bomber bats still over here, still a little forgotten. They do need to throw, and look at this like juicy blob for them to punish. They just are not active, unfortunately. How do you join this? Want to give it a shot, Michael? We host every week. We host a new player tournament. So every other week is on the North American time zone, like late night, and some are in the European time zone. Flips week by week. But yeah, Michael, the chat's already got covered. Wolfblade's fucking on top of this shit. Alright, the bombers are now punishing the blob, and that is pretty huge for the Vampire Coast. They're actually up on the balance of power, though the damage value is very even, and there are summons on the field, so I am loath to actually believe the balance of power just yet. Bombers are getting a ton of value, though. These hand cannons somehow survived the onslaught. I wonder what they'll be able to do. We will see. Oh no, the Fury summons are here. The Fury summons are here. If those Chaos Furies go over towards the Bombers are going to have a bad time, so they got to throw while they still can. Maybe even want to target the Demonettes. The Bombers will do a lot of damage to these clumped up Demonettes. You could even maybe get them Demonic Instability crumbling. Celestra is taking some damage, so are her Lamprey's Revenge. The Rotting Prometheans here that are just a summon, we don't care about them. Hellstriders and Spearmen going to catch out those other Rotting Prometheans. And the hand cannons are turning to fire at the Demonettes. Aiming a little high. Unfortunately, that has been a problem with these guys forever as far as like meta stuff goes, why you don't see them very often. Maybe they get a second volley straight into the face of these Demonettes. Come on, boys, fire! Nope. Nope. That is a very long reload time, and they are killed off. One of the Bomber Bats is dead to the Chaos Fury summon. The other one is very low on ammunition. Only one volley left. Don't know what they're firing at just yet. But Celestra, ooh, this is huge. The Herald of Slaanesh is caught in some Depth Guard polearms, and Celestra is fighting her, so she could take a lot of damage here. Her only support are other units that also don't really want to be fighting the Depth Guard. Furies did finish off that Bomber Bat. Demonettes will kill off the hand cannon crew, and that should make things a little better looking for Slaanesh, especially as the summons wear out. But the Lamprey's Revenge ain't giving up. They are shotgun firing down that Herald of Slaanesh as she tries to run away. She's taking a lot of damage, and the last cast of this bomber mob, where are you gonna go? It looks like they're aiming for these Demonettes. They came all the way over here. Yep, they are here for this. They're nice and clustered up. Last volley, make it a good one. There it is. Decent damage, and then the bats charge into melee combat because they ran out of ammunition. That's just how they do. Celestra is rampaging from the tier 1 Slaanesh army ability, but these Depth Guard nearby are just trying to exist, so are the Lamprey's Revenge. And that's a lot of passive healing left for Vampire Coast. Both of the Depth Guard have Hunger. Lamprey's Revenge just have flat-out healing. And the Bomb Bats are about to die to these Demonettes, most likely. Oh, Demonic Instability! Demonic Instability, let's go! Let's go, Deck Droppers! You killed a whole Demonette unit. Depth Guard are back in. Celestra offers a little bit of her support. She has no more summons. She has no more abilities, magical or otherwise. Second Fury summon is out for Slaanesh. Should be able to finish off the Bomber Bats with those guys. And a Narcissism nets Celestra, but there isn't really a ton of follow-up. Not a lot of punish for that. Love from Coolest Guy. Thanks, Coolest Guy. The boy he was long. Here's a nice Phantasmagoria. That is actually rather nice. It's minus leadership debuff. We'll get these Depth Guard crumbling, which is pretty darn good. While it also nets everything in place. The Lamprey's Revenge are taking a lot of damage from being netted in these spears and shit. But still, the coast is continuing on. The Fury Summon is about to die. One of the Depth Guard is flipping between crumbling and rallying. These Bomber Bats have been here forever, man. Getting pretty good value, too. And I think this is going to a game 3. I don't see Slaanesh turning this around at this point. Like, what's going to kill this Depth Guard could maybe win the whole game. And then you have a half-health Celestra and a healing Lamprey's Revenge. One of the Depth Guard about to fade away. The Herald of Slaanesh fighting all these Deck Droppers. But she's down to having just one Devoted Marauder for support. That's not a lot. That's not a lot of support, you guys. Quick Lash of Slaanesh. One of the Depth Guard is officially finished off, but the Lamprey's Revenge are here to get one more shot on the Herald, and as soon as they do any damage to her, army losses will hit. There was a shotgun blast. Am I a liar? It looks like I was a mild liar. They need another shot. There it is. Okay, I was so close to being right about the army losses. GG to Longboy, and we're going to game 3 of this series. Alright, for Slanesh, the Herald of Slanesh did okay. Seekers, mixed. Demonettes, pretty good. House Riders of Slanesh, not good at all. Marauders did pretty well. Pushed through that front line, got a lot of damage out. On the other side, Solastra, not great value, but her summons did good, I suppose. Crabs did well. Depth Guard did well. Cannon and the deck gunners. Yeah, deck gunners got killed immediately. Bomber Bats did pretty darn great. And zombies and their hand cannon variants did okay. I gave in and bought the DLC. Damn, Tin Lang. Damn! Just got eliminated. Loved the tournament, though. Dean Shepard, we appreciate you. Who were you? Who you were on here? Oh, you're Sigmar, aren't you? Yeah, you did get eliminated. Scout's Honor, I did guess you were Sigmar before the page finished refreshing, so I couldn't check it. Calamity and Wolfblade waiting in the semifinals. Coco Dependent fighting Angel. Don't know. And we are, of course, here with Imtiaz and Longboy. Here's the bracket if you care. So we'll finish this best of 3. And then we'll cast the semifinal. And then we'll cast the finals. I won't cast both semifinals. That can get a little long in the tooth. I'll try to hop down to the bottom. That would be nice. To cast Calamity versus whoever. But we'll see how the timing works out. Because I cast Wolfblade versus Dr. Nerd. Now I'm casting Longboy versus Imtiaz. So this side has gotten a lot of love. It'd be good to swap down there and make sure they feel appreciated. But timing can be a bitch, so we'll see. I have given Jackass the Rat Ogre role. I feel like I'm being tricked. Let's message Calamity. Longboy is too busy typing to me and not doing his picks. Could they record their replays? They could, but it's getting late. And casting replays of a semifinal after casting the final is kind of sus, because then you already know who wins. What's the point? Can't wait for the Dogs of War. We'll see. They might be coming out with the Nurgle Dwarves Empire thing. Because I don't know, man. I don't know what the next DLC is going to be. Some people are excited for Nurgle. I'm worried about Nurgle. I'm worried about Nurgle and Dwarves. I don't know what they're going to do. They could make these factions more fun, but based on this DLC, I don't know. They didn't really fix the problems with Cathay. They just added more ways to potentially be toxic, so... It wasn't the worst DLC in the world, though. I honestly think it could have been a lot worse. Worse, sorry. It could have been. They gave Zeech some ways to rush. Which honestly nice. Zongors are overtuned, sure. The Muto Vortex Beast is overtuned, sure. Like, those are not incorrect statements, but at least they didn't give him more ways to shield, spam, and kite and be annoying, right? It could have been worse. Cathay, they did some stuff that helps blobs a bit, but yeah, so that one wasn't great. And Kislev, they gave them what they needed. It was a little heavy-handed, but they did give them what they needed. They needed armor-piercing mobility, which is the things in the woods. They needed some kite support, because their previous kite was like chariots and those 550 gold horse archers that kind of aren't great. So now you have the Auction Ambushers, and again, the armor-piercing mobile units just to support your kite. So I guess they did do an okay job this DLC with identifying the faction's weaknesses. And I don't mean like the theoretical weaknesses, like the Skaven. Because if there was a Skaven DLC that was like, here's cavalry, I would be like, what? No, you don't understand what you're doing. Stop it. But like, this wasn't an intended weakness of Kislev's, right? Like, Kislev has some kite units, but they didn't have the tools to really kite, so then those kite units felt out of place on their roster. Yeah. And Tzeentch had some stuff to kind of rush, but didn't really have the oomph. So now they got a bit more oomph. You know what I mean? So, it wasn't the worst thing. Maybe they'll be on point with the Dwarves and Nurgle and Empire. I don't know what they're going to do for Empire. Empire's already a really balanced playstyle. Like, yes, war wagons need to be fixed. I'm not saying, like, the game is finished, Empire is perfect, but, like, units-wise, Empire has almost everything it needs to exist as the Empire does. Like, they don't have big monsters, but it's the fucking Empire, so they're not going to have them, right? I don't know what they'll add. Hopefully they don't just, like, ruin the Empire for no reason. A 4K point... A 4,000 gold dwarf airship will fix the beta. Hell yeah, brother. I think Empire needs war wagons with grenade launchers. Now Platy's thinking with portals. Hey, Platy. If Freeka's still here, Freeka didn't believe... Freeka recommended that I play Shen, Platy, and I was trying to refer him back to our stream where I played Shen versus that fucking Scion. And I'm sure you were super happy to have a Shen on your team. We're like, this useless asshole shows up to team fights while he loses 3 towers with a fucking Scion. Excuse me. Interesting lamb sauce. War wagons with a grenade launcher secondary attack? What are these, the pump wagons? The fuck are these, pump wagons? Shen, did he come with the new Cathay DLC? I'm talking about League of Legends, you tool. You jerk. This is why we hate Platy. This is why we hate You're not Twitch anymore, right? YouTube, the Wild Platy. The Yub Tub Platypus. How you doing, my friend? Honestly, they need a single entity with a Mortis Engine effect. Preferably a foot character with a Mortis Engine effect, Michael. Now you're cooking with gas. Empire mainly needs their overall. Hey, Platy, how's Dom feeling? Did the changes do good? Chaos Dwarf's a little fixed. I saw Turin was streaming, but I didn't watch it. I was busy with my own stream, and then the brief break between my 2 streams, I was walking the dog with Grace and then making dinner. Did the Dom meta improve? Do you have any sick content planned that I can steal? No. No, I'm not gonna steal it. You have a tournament tomorrow night. I saw you just posted it. That'd be cool. Alright, I'm done trying to relate. That's it. I put in all my good boy points. Missed the tournaments? Oh. Okay. I saw Turin's mod chat was popping off, but I didn't have time to read it. What do we got here? It's our first sighting of the Tomb Kings. With Longboy, Skeleton Spearman, and Tomb Guard across the front line. A lot of Tomb Guard. 3. Wow, including the Kepler Guard. Okay. 3 Ushopta Greatbows, one of which is the Chosen of the Gods. 3 Skeleton Archers, and 2 Sepulchral Stalkers, one of which is the Eyes of the Desert ROR. We also have Ark in the Black on horse, with Fate of Yuna and Spirit Leech, plus a summon. That is 3 Skeleton Archers in 2023. The year of our Lord, 2023. Okay. For the Dark Elves, we have 4... Dark Rider Peter Crossbows, 3 regular Dark Riders, 2 Cold One Knights. We also have 4 Dread Spears, 2 Reaper Bolt Throwers, and Malekith up on his Spooky Dragon with Shostila and Dragon's Breath. Cool. Dark Rider Peter Crossbows, I don't know. If the Ushopti Greatbows all get shut down, then those guys will be pretty safe. The Chosen Gods can absolutely fuck them up if they're not dead. Can the Bolt Throwers hold? It's not looking great. That guy just announced hidden units are revealed, but he mentioned it from across the entire battlefield, which radios don't exist, so there's no shot these Dark Riders said, "Hey! Hey! There's snakes hidden over here," and that Spearman heard it. That's bullshit, and I'm calling an audible. Alright, 1 Skeleton Archer is under serious duress. Meanwhile, a Dark Rider Peter Crossbow has been pushed off entirely on each side. Now the Sepulchral Stalkers stuck fighting Cold Knights, but with some Archer support, maybe even Ushopti Greatbow support, they should be okay. Bolt Throwers are not feeling super fresh, Mr. Krabs, but it looks like that's just going to have to be the lay of the land. The Chosen the Gods are now moving on to shooting at Cold One Knights. Melee Ushopti are also dealing with that along with Skeleton Archers. Oh, that's a melee Ushopti. There's only 2 Ushopti Greatbows. One of the Ushopti was a melee. I was duped. I was had. Tomb Guard have met with Dread Spears. I don't think Dread Spears will last particularly long against those foes. Dark Rider is going to get a nice flank attack on the Skeleton Archers. Decent little bit of damage for a unit so wounded. And the Dark Elves are having a tough time. They're having a tough go of things. Cold Knight's getting pushed off. Some of their Skirmish Cav getting pushed off. Malekith's actually chilling. He has a Soul Stealer, but he is getting shot point blank range by Sepulchral Stalkers. Not loving that. And Arkit's probably going to Spirit Leech him yet again. But on the side of the Dark Elves, the good things. Sepulchral Stalkers, both of them have taken a lot of damage. A lot of these Skeleton Archers have been killed off. And the Ushopti Greatbows, the Chosen of the Gods, is already dead. The other one is about to be attacked soon. Tomb Guard's still trying to get through these brave Druchii defenders and get to those Bolt Throwers. Looks like if we're perfect micro, these Bolt Throwers could die, but the Kepler Guard are busy fighting another Dread Spear. Meanwhile, Malekith's taking a lot of damage as another Spirit Leech is going to whittle him down. The Skeleton Archer shooting him at point-blank range is not helping either, and Arkin even throws a summon on him just to be an asshole about it. Ushopti Greatbows fought their way out of a bad situation from Dark Riders, who different Dark Riders moved on to those Skeleton Archers, killing them off. But Malekith being so low is really why the balance of power is tanking, and I do have to agree. Bolt Throwers still all online, which is a bit of a surprise. And these Bolt Throwers are now even starting to shoot the Kepler Guard, which is not really their problem. They should definitely just be focusing Ushopti and shit. Malekith just needs to wait for another Soul Stealer or something. This Ushopti is still alive and healthy. Thankfully for the Dark Elves, it's already down to 1/3 ammunition of its own right. So we'll see, and there's a big Soul Stealer for the man on the dragon. He needed that. He needed that real bad. Gives him some nice healing, and he dives onto the Ushapti Great Bows, so all good things for the Dark Elves and their potential rally back into this game. One of the bolt throwers is finally getting shut down by those Kepler Guard. It's only a matter of time. Malekith's trying to put the game on his back while Sepulchral Stalkers and Archers try and shoot at him. He is waddling as one Heroic Ushapti stays in his way and stops him from moving. Sepulchral Stalkers teeing off onto him, another Spirit Leech hits, and that might be GG. Longboy might pull it out. Pulling out in public is usually frowned upon, but I will allow it this one time. As the Bolt Thrower crews are overrun by skeletons, Malekith is getting shot out of the sky, and there's just no hope for the poor Dark Elves. There just ain't. There just ain't. GG's, man. GG's. Malekith not getting a ton of value, unfortunately for him. Bolt Throwers did well. Golden Knights struggled. Repeater Crossbows, oof, also really struggled. Dark Riders did well. Dread Spears, did okay. On the other side, Arc in the Black did great. Oh, that Sepulchral Stalker value is incredible. Chosen Gods struggled a bit. Basic Ushapti also struggled a little bit, but Sepulchral Stalker's more than made up for it. Good God. Skeleton Archers, not great. Sepulchral Stalker's hard carry, I think we can all say. Don't say it 3 times fast, because that shit is hard. Calamity does not have a foe just yet. Calamity. Longboy prevails against all odds. So we'll go fight Wolfblade. Wolfblade, hoo-ha-ha. Calamity. So, what's the thing here? Coco dependent started fighting Judo about 40 minutes ago. So they honestly could be at the very end here of their best of 3. And I do want to hop down with Calamity. I wish all the best for Longboy and Wolfblade. But we just saw you guys, so I'm going to go. I'm going to go give the other side of the bracket some love. It's also because I don't like you. Like, I didn't want to say it out loud, but I don't like either of you. You're both jerks. Okay. What to do? I think if Calamity doesn't have an opponent... by the time I get back, we might do a quick battle. But for now, here's the bracket. Here is the tournament opponent chat, so you can keep updated on anything. Wolfblade, yeah, I was kidding. I mean, I wasn't kidding, but I was kidding. All right, I'll return in a second. Gotta get some water. You guys are on the left-hand screen, right? Yes. Let's refresh one more time, see if anything's updated just yet. Nope. We'll play ourselves a quick battle. Play a quick battle. Fight me? No. Sorry, I was a little late to that. Feels too official. I found a match. Who is it? Where is it? Why is it? It's Butterlancer! Butterlancer, you in chat? Hey, man. Alright. So it's Butterlancer. We're fighting the Lancer made of butter. I'm gonna play some Empire. The Empire of Man. I will not War Wagon spam you. But this is what I'm doing. Let's fucking go. He isn't made of butter. He lances through butter. No, he is... No. He is a butter lance. He's a man holding a very large, long stick of butter. Alright, I'm gonna lock in Empire. He hasn't raised a complaint just yet. Where's Hockland? Yeah, fucking Hockland. Fucking Hockland, son. What are we doing here? Butter Kingdom, it's Mountain Blade reference. Gotcha. Norska. Chat, while I build my build, are we doing the Prince and Emperor Karl Franz, or are we doing the Emperor of Mankind himself? Generic General of the Empire. Generic General of the Empire or Karl Franz? Go fast. You gotta go fast, my friends. Lord of Light, Shadows, Heavens. We'll do some Heavens, dude. There's not enough Heavens out there. Even boy, you said Heaven sucks. It really does. It is pretty fucking bad. But then why would you... I'm just gonna do it. That's gonna have to be okay. Franz? Alright. Huntsman General. Huntsman General was not an option. Fuck the Huntsman General. Alright, we have Franz. Galmaraz, Reikland, Runefang, stand your ground, Foe Seeker, hold the line. Hell yeah. Horse Franz. Okay, so we have Horse Franz. I enjoy pain. I enjoy nothing. We'll get the upgraded steam tank. Because you have to. Like, if you're not taking the buffed steam tank, then what are you even doing with your life, man? So we have buffed steam tank. We have some Knights of the Blazing Sun. Huntsman. 2 Empire Knights. And that's the build. That's the build. The updated steam tank. Actually, no. It is actually too bad that I would lose and be disrespecting my opponent all at the same time, which is just unacceptable. I refuse to disrespect Butter Lancer. Hochland. Oh! Flying units are most vulnerable to attack from missile units that can shoot at them while airborne and from spells. And the picture you used for that is Kairos Fateweaver? Kairos Fateweaver is vulnerable to missiles and spells? You sure about that? You sure about that? That's the one you wanted to pick. There's other flying units you could redo. I will give you a redo, CA, if you want to pick an actual character that can die for your picture. If I lose, Swadia will avenge me. Hell yeah, Dean Shepard. Dude, I recently started Bannerlord again, and I lost right away because I had it on a hard difficulty. And the early game, if you don't play it right, is actually fucking brutal. I got killed by some Sea Raiders. And then I just had a death spiral. That was real bad. It was a tragedy on wheels before the wheel was invented. I think the wheel was invented by... I realized it as soon as I said it, and you correcting me just makes me stronger. So, maybe fuck you. Alright. So we have 3 Huntsmen, front line of random-ass state troops. Vulnerable to mild annoyance. We do have some Empire Knights paired with Knights of the Blazing Sun, which is good. Then we have Grenadiers, Outriders. We have a Celestial Wizard, and we have Horse Franz, the man, the myth, the fucking legend. Look at this legend. Look at him. You can't look away. I don't know why he's holding his arm like that. It's rather stupid, but you can't look away. Alright. I don't have a way to tell my opponent good luck, have fun, so just mildly farting around with looking at cool units for a bit is going to have to suffice, and then I hope that he can set his army up in 60 seconds after this. 5, 4, 3, 2... Oh, he's in the chat saying ready when you are. Let's go! He has a very small unit count. Is anybody behind me? No. Alright, state troops march. Norscan Ice Trolls, cool. Marauders, also cool. That is a lot of skin wolves in those trees. I'm not really loving what's going on in those woods. There might be things in those woods. Aha! See what I did there? Because that's a DLC unit. The things in the woods. Did you see it? You proud of me, Dad? Oops, forgot my Celestial Wizard, which is not ideal. Okay, I'm abandoning this flank. Absolutely fuck this flank. Not having it. Franz, go. Oh, I didn't click the right unit. Alright, I guess I'm getting burning headed because I'm too stupid to do anything correctly, which is fine. I guess that's also fine. Oh, I let my skirmish cav get caught. Okay, well, that's also not really great. Oh, being stupid has consequences and they hurt. Alright. See, spearmen need to rotate. Franz is doing his gosh darn best. There we go. Okay, you need to fall back. If I gave you orders even remotely close to on time, this would be a lot easier for me. Reichland Runefang, and this. Franz is a goddamn world beater. And then everybody here gets minus melee attack, because also fuck you. And I hope you enjoy being worthless, little skin wolf things. Oh, and we're punishing the blob. And we're punishing the blob. Harmonic convergence of those guys. Alright, Spearmen are chasing that off. You guys all need to come back. You're way overextending, and it's not my fault. It's never my fault. Alright, Huntsmen appear to be firing. Oh, no. Where are my Knights of Blazing Sun? Knights of Blazing Sun, go get those. Empire Knights, come with me. Huntsmen, continue firing into here. Franzi! No, Franzi! Franz is having a bad time. The Celestial Wizard has amazing voice lines. I refuse to believe otherwise. These Outriders are gonna fuck up some dogs real quick. Still killing skin wolves. I've forgotten Franz for the last time. There's another Curse of the Midnight Wind. Oh, Franz is going in. I think we got it. I think we got it. Franz is fucking in there. Let's go. These guys are trying to catch those skin wolves. Franz is not doing okay. Stand your ground plus harmonic convergence gives my boy 98 melee defense. You ain't getting through this. You just ain't. I'm sorry that you think you will, because you are factually incorrect. No! Stop those wolves! Stop the wolves! Don't let them come back. Oh fuck, he got through it. I took a shot since we last had communication. I took 2 shots since we last had communication. Franz is almost dead. But he's hanging in there for now. This is an unholy blob that really needs to separate out, and that's my fault. Franz is still not having a great time, but he doesn't back up. He doesn't give in. Curse the Midnight Wind. Franzi! Ah! Galvaras! 200 HP, come on, Franz! No, you bitch! He killed the Emperor of Mankind. The only reason we have space travel was because of that man, and you fucking killed him. You degenerate asshats. I don't really know what else is going on anymore. Alright, you guys come back here, that's fine. I thought I told you guys to shoot, not run into melee, but that's also fine. You do whatever. Try and dodge that. The Empire does endure. You know what doesn't endure? Stone Trolls getting rear charged by Empire Knights. That shit doesn't endure for a second. Sandwich them! Sandwich them! Whee! Where's your leadership gonna go now, trolls? Don't let those Empire Knights stop dead like that. Where's your leadership gonna go now, trolls? There we go. Army losses. GG. Where is Calamity's foe? Why does he not still have a foe? GG got wrecked. Hey, Dean Shepard. It was a good game. It was a good game. Knights of Blazing Sun did fantastically. Empire Knights did okay. Outriders did fine. Huntsman did actually pretty well. GG's. You killed my Franz, and I didn't like that. Are those armored skin wolves? Oh my god. That's the most metal thing I've ever seen. Triple armored skin wolves, triple Norscan Ice troll into Empire. That right there was courage. I'm starting to get concerned. It has been an hour since Judo and Coco Dependent fought. I will message Judo. I'm gonna find us a game. Grandfather Nurgle has taken both of them? Sounds like. Okay. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna break a promise I made to a friend. I'm gonna spectate more Longboy. See, the problem is that I don't know where the other game is, and these guys already played a fantastic game without us. And I refuse to let Wolfblade suffer without the stream there to support him. So we are in game 2. We missed one because I was busy doing a quick battle like a chump-ass bitch because I did my best scheduling-wise, but I apparently judged incorrectly. Longboy is up 1-0. Can Wolfblade bring it back? I will abandon this shit so fast to see Calamity's semifinals because I promised, but I don't know where they are. So for now, we might as well actually watch tournament games instead of just me fucking chilling. But we got to play Butter Lancer. So who really benefited from this? It was us. I like Butter Lancer. He's my 8th favorite person on the planet. Which is pretty good considering I've never met the person and we've hardly ever talked. But is that good for Butter Lancer or is that sad for me? Think about that. Looks like we have Norska Beastmen. A classic. Just in case you didn't get enough Norska in your life. There's always more. There's always more Skater Wolves. This is apparently going to be a long one, ladies and gentlemen. If we are at 10 p.m. and one of our semifinals hasn't even started yet, that's brutal. I don't know what happened. The bottom side of the bracket just got extremely fucking delayed. Trust Butter Lancer only, yes, yes. If you want a quick 2-0, you are rooting for Norska and Longboy. If you want a banger 3-game series that we may not be able to finish because our other semifinal might get a game and I'm prioritizing them because I haven't seen the bottom side of the bracket in a while, then you want Wolfblade to win. Hi, Grace. It's 5 a.m. over here, Dean Shepard. That's a lie. You must be over in the EU time zone. That's not Australia, is it? Australia's so far ahead that they're behind me, I think. Because the West Coast is 2 hours behind me. So Australia's like 9 hours behind me. So yeah, they're like 1 p.m. right now. Alright, they're getting set up. Let's go. Taurox the Brass Bull plus an Incarnate Elemental of Beasts versus Wolfrig. And not an Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. Is Longboy still in? He is. We're spectating him right now. He's up 1-0. I don't know if Longboy watches. I think you should leave, Grace. So I don't think he knows the reference you and I keep saying. Longboy, you know why it can't be you, right? He knows it can't be Longboy. Alrighty. We have Norska and Beastmen. One faction got some DLC units, which they are prominently displaying. And the other side are just a bunch of sweaty muscle men. And I'm here for it. Grace has to work tomorrow. Sucks. But then you get a Friday nap, and that's going to be great. And Hazel will probably join you? Probably. She loves Friday naps with Mom. Norska's mostly set up, so let's get into it. We have 2 Norscan Ice Wolves, 2 Skin Wolves, 1 Marauder Horseman with throwing axes. There's a second one all the way down here. 2 Marauder Hunters with javelins. And then a front line of Berserkers and Marauder Champions. That is a very elite front line. Damn. Wolfric the Wanderer on horse. Horseric the Wanderer. Hunter of Champions, Sword of Torgald. And Seafang. Then we have a familiar Balefiend of Shadows with Pit of Shades and Melkos Mystifying Miasma. For the Beastie Boys, 4 Ungor Raiders. That's a lot of archers. 4 Zongors. Then a front line of Ungors. And a Gore Herd with Shields. So a lot of Gores. Brace Shaman of Death, Fate of Buna, and Spirit Leech. Incarnate Elemental of Beasts, plus Taurox the Brass Bull. And that does not leave a lot of mobility for the Beastmen. It looks like we just have 2 Chaos Warhounds of Poison trying to hold up that flank pressure. Okay. I don't know how I feel. I don't know how I feel about this. I feel like the 2 Marauder Hunters with Javelins could do a ton of damage to the Incarnate, but I doubt 4 Ungor Raiders are going to let them do so. But, I mean, Norska has way better mobility on the battlefield, so they should be able to dominate that back line and get all those Ungor Raiders. This could be a wild one. Coco dependent advanced? Holy shit, they did. If you don't want to wait, that's fine too. I get it. Alright. We'll cast this game and then we'll try to join that bottom semifinal unless they decide to proceed without us, which is also fine. But we'll see how this goes. And we are off to the races, by the way. Brace Shaman of Death gets caught by the Marauder Champions. Gets a little bit of poke from those Marauder Javelins, but overall he is fine. The Berserkers collide at that front line. Curious how quickly they'll get through the Ungor Spearman herds. It shouldn't be a difficult task for them at all, as the Javelins offer some support there, and that's actually pretty nice. Backline already under attack. These Norscan Ice Wolves, Skin Wolves, and Marauder Horsemen have gotten past the front line, and they are flooding in. There's not a lot these 2 little Chaos Moorhounds can do about that pressure. A Seafang even tears through some of these guys, taking the shields off of those Zongors, doing a little bit of extra damage there, but oh! Nasty shot from the Incarnate Elemental Beast onto Wolfric, who's also getting Spirit Leech, and Taurox is teaming up on him. Down to half HP already and falling. He has to get out of here. He just gets slapped around. I hope he routes. For his own sake, I really hope he routes, because that'll take him to safety. It was pretty clear that the Norskin micro was elsewhere and just didn't realize how horribly Wolfric was getting fucking murdered. So Torox is still after him a little bit. I hope for Longboy's sake he has noticed that Wolfric's in trouble, and as soon as he rallies, he will get orders to keep running away. If he lets Torox catch him, he will die. That backline is suffering the fate we thought it would. All of the Ungor Raiders are already shut down, which is pretty huge. Torox is barreling through the trees, dives at Wolfric, barely misses him, and Wolfric does get orders to leave, but Torox is on his ass. 64 speed to the 90 of Wolfric, and somehow, some way, that was actually in contention to see whether or not Wolfric could get to safety. The Javelin throwers are doing a lot of damage to Wolfblade's Death Shaman, as another Spirit Leech hits Wolfric. The Incarnate Elemental Beast is doing his best to fight his way out of here, but it looks like the Javelins also got a little bit of time to give him love. He did not enjoy that. Familiar Balefiend of Shadows is just fine. Norska is absolutely wiping the floor with the back line of the Beastmen and the front line, honestly. Kind of everything's going their way except for that single entity fight where Wolfric took 1,000,000 damage. I'm surprised the Zongors aren't doing very well. I guess it was against Marauder Champions and Berserkers. Yeah, the Beastmen have a lot of money in their single entities, and the Incarnate just gets taken down, surrounded by the Skin Wolves and Javelins. Ugh. Pincushion the poor man. Torox, very, very healthy, but he is alone in that sentiment. The Bray Shaman of Beasts, the Bray Shaman of Death is going to be able to kill Wolfric with 2 more Spirit Leeches if he has the time. I just don't know if that's going to matter in the course of this game. Oh, Torox is taking so much damage, which I didn't even think was possible. I'm used to the Warhammer 2 Torox that just never takes any damage whatsoever. He goes down to half HP, and Wolfric, yeah, another Spirit Leech is going to officially kill him off if he doesn't just rout off the map right now. He does rally at 0 leadership. But unless that second Spirit Leech comes out, I mean, he'll be just fine in the woods. And even if it does, I don't know. I don't think Norska wins this. I don't think the Beastmen win this. Sorry, they are so far behind. 2-to-1 in damage value when you're in the 8,000 range is really brutal, and that is a GG. All right, GG. I don't want to be too dismissive or just like on we go, but Longboy did 2-0 the series. Wolfblade, it was good to see you. Good to have you on stream. It's fun to spectate. Good value in some of the units here, but I do have to hurry. So the other semifinal that's already been delayed enough is not waiting on me. So let's get going. We'll see Longboy in the finals, but let's go figure out who will join them. We're just trying to get this last game set up. Calamity found Coco dependent. But I need a spectator slot still. Alright, we'll give them a little bit of time to answer here. I guess if they got done with a pretty long series, maybe they ran to the bathroom or something, hopefully. But hopefully we can keep this going relatively quickly after that. Wolfblade, you did awesome. I'm going to go say goodnight to Grace. Oh, he back. Is Wolfblade related to Artorias at all? Because he's the best Dark Souls character. Wolfblade. Let's up these scoreboards and get it going. 2 best of 3s left. We have this semifinal and then the finals. And somebody has a really loud motorcycle outside, and that is super great. Dependent. There we go. I love living on a street. Like, it's such a weird street to have so many loud things. We have ambulances go by all the time, police cars go by all the time, super loud trucks and super loud motorcycles on a street that's like, our speed limit out here is 25 miles an hour. We're in the middle of a random ass neighborhood. I don't know why we get so much loud traffic that comes through here. Where are the pets? No, it's just the name you use. Dude, I have a picture of Artorias on the wall behind me. You can kind of see it. You can kind of see it. See it behind you with that yellow potted plant? You see him up there above the little stuffed bee? So that's Artorias. And then on the wall behind my light, I'm not going to point it at it, but ooh, that one I have on my computer too, so I could just grab that one. But I have one on my wall of Artorias fighting Quick Head Taker, because that shit's metal. That one I commissioned. So don't hit me with that I was 14 so I did it shit. No, Artorias is still cool to this day. Look at that shit. Look at it. Boom. Love Artorias. My playthrough of Dark Souls 3 right now, the first time I played Dark Souls 3, I played as Artorias. And I didn't know that the plot of Dark Souls 3 was like all the worlds for Dark Souls 1, 2 were like combining. And it was like the end of the timeline. So then the Artorias bit was actually really cool. Because I know a good amount of his lore and stuff, and it was just like, I don't know. I had a good emotional connection with it as he went through some of the old places. Like returning to Anar Lundo, his previous home. And it's just decrepit and full of like sludge and some fake ass, Aldrich, the Deacon of the Deep, and his fake ass religion are just corrupting your old home, and you go in there and kick his ass. Then you find your best friend's armor, but he's long dead and gone. But some crazy sky dragons are just using his armor to fight you. I don't know. There's some good stuff in there. I enjoyed it a lot. Where are the pets? Hold on. I'll get the pets. I'll get the pets. It's gonna be brief because Hazel's sleeping. Dog? Cat. Hazel's looking at me upside down like, what the fuck? Hi.
love you. Thank you for saying hi to this cute little puppy. I love you. Yes, I do. Who loves the angel? Who loves the angel praise on his room? Hello. So good.
What video? Oh. Then they heard it. Alright. I'm back. I stole the dog from bed and brought her over here. They are so cute. Sif is the bestest boy. Where Basil? I just got the Basil. She's in bed with her mom. She's taking a little snooze. Oh, this is the matchup. It's actually Beastmen versus Zinch. Oh, okay. All right. Well, here we go. I thought they were still picking and betting. Game 1 of the final semifinal. How does a Skaven, cat, and a dog get along? The Skaven feeds the cats. The cat isn't predatory. The dog is scared of the cat because the cat still has claws. And the dog loves the Skaven because Skaven's the best. Will we see a Zongor mirror match? I actually didn't take time to look at the armies because I was busy fetching animals. It is not a Zongor mirror match. It is gore herds trying to prove that they deserve to exist. And the other side didn't bring any Zongors whatsoever. So never mind, there's no Zongors. Fuck this shit. This game sucks now. Ooh, do we actually have... We have the boys. It's the boys. Echold Hellbrass with his Thorns Aura and then his passive heal, plus Village the Curseling with Treason of Zinch and Pink Fire. Damn. Just damn, son. Since I started with Zinch, might as well finish with Zinch, huh? We have 2 Screamers of Zinch. We have the Weird Spawn, Chaos Spawn, Arwar. A single Chosen of Zinch. 2 Chaos Warriors with Halberds. 5 Blue Horrors. And another Chaos Warrior with Halberds. So 3 Chaos Warriors with Halberds total. On the side of the Beastmen, 5 Gore Herds with shields. 6? No. 5. And then some Ungor Herds. And some Ungor Spearman Herds. Then 2 Minotaurs. One has just shields. The other one is a Minotaur with shields. ROR. The Butcher's Skeleton Guard. We have a Beast Caster with Flock of Doom and the Manticore Summon. Kazric One Eye with Scourge, Apocalyptic Visions, and Deadly Onslaught. And then 3 Centaurs with Throwing Axes, all on the flank. That is a very wild, ambitious Beastmen build. I am frightened. I am frightened that it will get raffle stomped. I am scared. I am concerned. I appreciate it. I think it's cool. I think Gore Herds are bad. I think Gore Herds are really bad. So I kind of hate them. Kazric is funny. I don't think it's particularly good. And when a lot of your army is Gore Herds and Kazric, I get very worried. I like the Centaurs throwing axes, I like the Minotaurs. The Beast is fine. It's not my favorite. I think Traderkin's just better, but like, whatever. That's fine. I think the Gore Herds are going to be a pretty bad underperformer here. But we'll see. We are off. And the Zinchian heroes go forward. He starts floating and stabs some Gore Herds. Oh wow, those Gore Herds are in for a bad time. That's Chosen of Zinch plus the Weird Spawn. Jesus. Okay. Fuck that Gore Herd in particular, I guess. Now there's very little to defend the back line of Zinch. So these Centaurs throwing axes, if they just go into melee, should be able to disrupt a lot of those blue horrors. But a nasty Pink Fire goes down the line, takes out some Gore Herds. More Gore Herds are already routing. Butchers and Skeleton Guard are in, but man, they are alone, and Screamers might even rear charge them. I think this is a very good start for Zinch. Kazric One Eye has been forgotten for the moment. He will have to be rallied, but there's a lot going on, so I understand how that could happen. The Blue Horrors are busy pivoting, trying to keep eyes on our Throwing Axe friends. Screamers all dive onto Kazric, so the fight comes to him whether he wanted it or not. And Sundered Arma... Oh, yeah, sorry. Thorn's Aura is reducing the leadership of these guys, and I think it's going to be paired with Treason of Zinch. Yeah, that is a minus 24 leadership bomb, and the Butcher's On Guard are pushed off. The Beastmen are very far behind on the bounce power, considering it's a minute into the game. Centaurs are throwing axes, trying to find a place to sit and shoot, but Blue Horrors are tracking them around. Again, I think they should probably just go into melee, but that's probably just a lot going on. Kazric beat the shit out of the Screamers that fucked with him. That's kind of cool. That's honestly pretty cool. Go, Kazric, go. So he killed an entire Scream unit all by himself. What a Chad. I don't think it's going to turn the course of this game around, but it was cool. Gore Herds are still trying to get through some of these Blue Horrors. Minotaurs are getting out of a bad fight and trying to get into a little bit better of one for themselves. These Centaurs, man. You gotta commit. You can't outshoot foot infantry. You just can't do it. Can Kazric carry this whole game on his buns? We do have an Ungor Spearman herd in the distance, forgotten for now. Does probably need to wakey eggs and bakey. Where's the Beastcaster? Oh shit, that's the Beastcaster. Okay, alright, he's having a bad time. His terror route might try and take him to safety, but the Chosen, the Weird Spawn, all this stuff is here to make sure he doesn't get away. Kazric's doing his best to kill off some of his Blue Horrors. Centaurs are at last starting to commit to that melee with the Blue Horrors a little bit over there, but man, too much stuff is routing. Too much is going wrong for the poor Beastmen. They're doing okay on the damage value. At first they were very far behind, now they're catching up a little bit as they're killing off some of these Blue Horrors, but it's just not enough. They lost too many good things. I'm still shocked that Kazric killed an entire Screamer by himself. That shit is hilarious to me. Gets another Blue Horror to start crumbling. But what strength do the Beastmen still have? Where was Kazric when the Gore Herds fell? Where was Kazric when the Beastcaster got sniped out? No, Master Dwarf. We are alone. My boy just slaying Blue Horrors like there's no tomorrow. Yeah, Kazric's honestly doing okay this game. I don't hate it. Centaur's almost getting these Blue Horrors to crumble. Yes, they're fighting Chaos Horrors with halberds, but we take the little wins. The Weird Spawn are here to ruin Kazric's fun as he kills yet another Blue Horror. This entire herd just sitting. They are just sitting. Don't tell nobody. Ooh, nasty pink fire kills off that Ungor. Blue Horrors are fading. I mean, you still have a full health Chosen, 2 full health foot characters, and a nearly full health Weird Spawn, but Coco dependent ain't going down without a fight. Throwing Axe is doing good versus the halberds. Kazric tries to get around the halberds, doesn't want to fight those just yet as Gore Herds pile into our Blue Horror friends. And I think Coco Dependent just really wants to kill all the Blue Horrors. I think that's their side objective here. As the Treason of Zinch is going to make these guys' leadership more fickle, and I think they're going to get that Thorns thing on them too. Yeah, there's the Thorns. So it's just too much minus leadership. They're all routing, and I wouldn't be surprised if we got army lost here. As Kazric comes back in for one final fight. Demonic Instability starts on the Blue Horrors. Can the Beastmen hold on long enough? They can't. So technically a Blue Horror lived through the battle. Technically. Good game. Good game. Couple forgotten units from the Beastmen. A little bit of a whoopsie there. Shit happens. The Gore Herds just underperformed in the front line. Kazric honestly did great, and that's kind of surprising. Didn't expect to be saying that today. Village, Eckhold, and then the Chosen Weird Spawn were just a centerpiece that would not go away. Senators Throwing Axes did, the halberds did fine, except for against the Senators Throwing Axes. Blue Horrors did great. Screamers actually struggled, which is weird for Screamers. Recently they've been doing very well, but Kazric just took that one and killed it. He just sat there and killed it. I don't know why I find that so funny, but I do. Anti-large, armor-piercing, flying units dive down onto Kazric and all die. If you want to get to the finals with Longboy, you are rooting for Calamity to make it a 2-0. If you want a game 3, you are on the side of Coco to pin it. So, Human Boy, what's your favorite things from this DLC/patch? The Bretonnia changes are great. Bretonnia changes are super great. I really like the things in the woods. I like the Akshina ambushers. I wish the Streltsy either got buffs or the Akshina were a little more expensive, so the Streltsy are literally worthless. But I do really like the Kislev units that they got. I like the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts a lot. I really like the Incarnate Elemental of Beasts. I think it is a very well-balanced unit. I really do hope that that is the future of balancing decisions that I do with new units. Where it's like, yeah, it's good at what it does, but it's also vulnerable and expensive, so you can't just YOLO it into a bad situation and it'll stat its way out of it. So I like those a lot. I do. Trying to think of the other stuff. So far, the Vampire Coast changes seem pretty fun. Those have been cool. And then I like some of the minor updates they gave to Lore of Shadows and some of the Lore of Heaven spells and stuff. I think they needed a little bit more buffs, but I appreciate the things. Like they gave Curse of the Midnight Wind like increased duration, I think. Little buffs like that. So, it's not bad. What are your 3 favorite things? Okay, sorry, it was blocked by the heart. If I had to pick 3, it'd be the things in the woods, the Incarnate Elemental Beasts, and the Brett changes. And Brett, again, we're not in a very positive place, and I'm also not in a very positive place right now. Like, if you watched my 5-hour stream earlier, you heard a lot of negative things, and I meant those things. But I can still say that some things are good without being happy about the overall patch. And what I will say is good is I really like the current thought behind nerfs, it feels, where they take it slow, right? Because I like that Bretonnia got reworked. They realized they fucked up. Took a super long time to do anything about it. Not defending that, but when they did do something about it, they just fixed the broken behavior of the Grail Knights, and they didn't like slap the Grail Knights into the ground. Because I enjoyed seeing Grail Knights again. Grail Knights, for people that don't remember, Grey Knights were a meme in Warhammer 2 for a very long time. Like, the Bretonnia versus Vampire Counts meta used to be Grail Knights versus Blood Knights, and then it transformed into, like, Vampire Counts were just winning it because Grail Knights weren't any good, and then they tried to, like, do Questing Knights with the Favor of the Fae. It wasn't the same. So Grail Knights were a meme for a long time. I was happy to see them back, and they're a good elite knight, but that chariot behavior they had just eliminated their only weakness, which is like, okay, well, that's stupid. And then for the patch, they upped their cost a little bit and made them not a 48 model chariot unit. It's like, oh, okay, that's good. Now let's pause and see how the unit performs. Maybe nerf it again, maybe don't, but let's pause and assess rather than just like doing the Slaanesh treatment, right? Where domination Slaanesh was too strong and CA was like, fuck that faction, and just deleted it from the game. And you're like, oh, okay. I think you overreacted a little bit. And now Slaanesh is just dead. So, like, I'd rather this approach with more consistent patches than the Slaanesh approach where they just smash it into the ground and they just take the L, decide they can't balance this faction, and leave it in the dirt. So there's my positives. If people are getting sick of negative stuff, there's some positive things I can say. This shit's still going on. We are in the last semifinal. Longboy awaits in the finals. So I do have some positive things to say. I have negative things to say too, but both can exist. Empire versus Wood Elves. Love Warhammer, Total Warhammer 2. Yeah, dude. Welcome back. All right. We have Wood Elves recently buffed. We'll see if they can stand up to Empire. For Calamity, we have 2 Great Stag Knights, 2 Glade Riders with spears, a front line of Dryads, including the Wraiths of the Frozen Heart Dryads. We have Drycha with Buffed the Withering. I don't think it's a good spell, but buffed, we'll see. It could be okay. Melkoth Specifying Miasma as well. And 1 Waywatcher. Ooh. And a 3rd Great Stag Knight and 2 more Glade Riders with spears, all in the Vanguard. I didn't even know Great Stag Knights had Vanguard. I thought it was just Wild Riders. Interesting. On the other side, for the Empire, oh, we got some fucking Reiksguard. We have 2 Empire Knights, 2 Reiksguard, 2 Mortars, it looks like, and then a whole bunch of state troops, Halberdiers, Swordsmen, Spearmen, and Flagellants. Karl Franz up in the sky, and Coco Dependent has not brought a caster. I am very concerned. I'm very, very concerned for Coco Dependent. Empire Knights fighting those Glade Riders on the far side. Looks like they've discovered some of the Wood Elf schemes, but not the main one. The flanking Wood Elves, the Eshin-trained elves, are streaming in, and that is going to be a dead mortar. Yeah, they have no idea that this is coming at all. Calamity is swerving through these lines. Pretty good micro from them, honestly. Pretty good stuff. They're going to take out both mortars here, which will be nice. It won't be huge because there's not a lot for the mortars to do. There's not a ton of Wood Elf archers for them to disrupt, but still, it's nice. Waywatcher's moving in now that all the mortars are shut down. It's pretty nice. Oh, this is going to be a nasty rear charge from the Great Stag Knights. Oh! Those are just some dead swordsmen. It did a little less damage than I thought it would, but it still routed the swordsmen, so it's all fine. Things going well for the Wood Elves in the start. No denying that. I am curious to see how well they manage their cavalry, because with this much cavalry, killing all this infantry can actually be a problem unless you're like really good at micro, which I personally struggle with a lot. When I have heavily cav builds, I am not the best at cycle charging when there's a whole bunch of shit going on. I'm good at cycle charging when I get down to like 2 units left, but I think anybody's good at cycle charging with that. Great Stag Knights trying to charge these blobbed up Reiksguard. Don't know why these guys are sitting in this weird formation, but they're getting Great Stag Knighted now, so sucks to suck, I guess. Waywatchers trying to defend themselves from these Empire Knights who are running them down. Their leadership is holding for now. Great Stag Knights on their tail. Maybe the Empire Knights can still get a good charge. Oh, they're just trying to move. They're not trying to charge. Ah, Great Stag Knights are going to run them the fuck down. Franz is trying to snipe out Drycha. He's actually getting really good damage about it, too. Wood Elves are ahead on the balance power. I tend to agree, for sure. But if Franz can kill Drycha, which he just is, he is smoking her. Holy shit. He took her from full HP to almost dead. He gets a little distracted. He gets a little lost in the sauce. Now the Great Stag Knights are fighting him, but he couldn't quite kill Drycha. But man, he routed her. I mean, he did good there. State troops continue to do battle. There's a lot of them. Without Drycha's Pit of Shades or Melkoth's... Oh, wait, she has the Withering. But still, without her Melkoth's, that is a lot less infantry killing pressure. I don't know. I think the Empire is still down, but that snipe onto Drycha made it at least not over yet. Hey, Hot Fire Potato. If anybody noticed that I'm talking a little quieter, it's because Grace is going to bed in the other room, so I'm trying to be courteous. Drycha has rallied. Franz is gunning for her, though. That big red arrow. It's just a death sentence. His Way Watchers tee up onto Franz. Oof, really good volley onto the back of him right there. Foe Seeker's popped. He's going in. Misses the first charge because she gets knocked over. But if he can get the follow-up hit, she's going to die. But another huge Way Watcher volley just hit him in the back. And Franz appears to be stuck in place. I don't know why, but he just could not hit her until Drycha walked up to him. But a little bit of a jank landing and bug there. Don't know why there's so much more jank on this patch, but there really is. Great Stag Knight surrounding him. The Way Watcher shooting him in the back. That is going to be the end of Franz. And a very good game here from Calamity. I love Longboy, but seeing the performance that Calamity just put on, I think I would favor Calamity in the finals. I think Longboy's going to have an uphill fight. Longboy's no chump ass, but Calamity's kind of sick with it. Good showing for Coco Dependent. Glad we got you onto the stream. I would definitely recommend taking a caster, but Game 2, you did have a much better handle of your army than Game 1. There was less units being forgotten and stuff, so I liked that a lot. Big ups there. I liked your Chad ass build. That was cool too. Yeah. Bring caster. Other than that, it was okay. Like, this is fine Wood Elf army. The Calamity army was kind of crazy. Not that I hate it, but I see what this Empire build was trying to do. He just did not run into the build he was expecting at all. For the Wood Elves, just a really neat build. Played it really well. I don't have a whole lot to say. You did great. You did great, bud. Alright. I had Longboy set up a lobby ahead of time. I know he was running across the street quick to grab something, but he said that to me before Game 1, so we should be good to go. All right, we're moving on to finals. This will be the last best of 3 of the stream. I mentioned it at some point during the middle of the stream, but I tend to be honest with you guys. I was pretty upset after the 5-hour stream we had earlier today. The patch was a little bit disappointing, and on top of that, viewership was a little disappointing from what I had hoped. But this late night stream's been going really well. It's funny because the late night stream has better viewership than I thought we would get. And the games have been really good, so that's nice. And a pleasant surprise. So thank you all for being here and bringing my spirits up after a rough day. Longboy is here. He just messaged me. So when Calamity enters, we will be good to go. That was a 2-0, right? I'm not being an idiot. Because now I'm starting to worry that I was an idiot. This boy deserves 100 times as many viewers as though, that's for sure. Hey, thanks, Mossy. Yeah. While these guys do pick and bans, I'm just going to ramble for a second, because it has been something I've been discussing with my friend, Mr. Overlord, if you've seen him on the stream or something. Time and time again with the $10. Shout out from the Longboy Parentals. Best of luck, son. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. The Longboy's in finals, and we love to see it. Yeah. The viewership is something. I mentioned it earlier in the stream, so I won't go too far into it, but we were hoping for a trajectory of growth that is much higher than what we have right now. And it's mostly due to the state of the game. It's not really like anybody's fault. It's just kind of the way it is. Because if you look at like Rubber Duck of War's trajectory, or my son HW's trajectory, or Dav Plays, they started at like a better time in Total Warhammer 2, and they grew at a certain rate. And then Dav has noticed this. I don't want to speak for him, but like some things he has talked about, and I have been present when he talked about them in public, so this isn't any secret stuff, and this is my interpretation of it. So if Dav like hears of this and comes after me, then I misinterpreted. But I know he was expressing frustration on Turin's Discord a couple of years ago, because he's like, I put more and more effort into my videos and I get less and less viewership. It's really frustrating, and there's like no growth here. So I think like we hit this stagnant period where Warhammer 3 is not in the best spot, and like not a ton of people are watching content for it and stuff. And like Dav was just at a higher level than me at that point, but we've both been noticing the same like super slow growth and pretty stable viewership, not really growing viewership. So we're building like a small community that's like really intense and likes a lot of content and really likes to participate. But there's not like a ton of people out there. But it's like, it's frustrating. And this is nothing, when I say this, it's not like Turin's fault, but it's like, whenever I think about quitting, where it's like, maybe I'll just like play the game for fun instead of streaming and stuff. It's like, I see Turin stream and he still has 1.1k viewers. And it's like, okay, there's still at least 1,000 people at any moment in time that'll watch Total Warhammer content. There's more people out there. I just gotta figure out how to get them, you know? So whenever I like think about it, it's just like, this game's dead, no one cares. I see Turin stream, boom, 1,000 viewers. I'm like, the fuck is that? Where are these people? How do I... Where's the mailing list? I will send them so many spam emails. I will offer them so many deals. Now a 25% discount on subscribing to Human Boy Yes Yes from $0 to $0 also. So that's the kind of shit, man. That's where we're at. That's where our head's at. I don't have any answers for you yet, because I don't have any answers for myself. But we're thinking. Trying to figure out what we're doing here. Because right now with the job I have, it's pretty easy to stream. Because my work schedule is super fluid. I sometimes go in at night, I sometimes go in during the day, and a lot of the times I have control over that. So if I'm streaming a tournament, it's like, okay, I'll just go into work after the tournament and work late or something. But if I get a different job that's like a strict 9 to 5, this is all you can do. And maybe it's more intense. Maybe Grace and I have kids, right? In the next couple of years. Then you got to think about what's happening with the channel. And currently, right now, if my life got busy, I would have to drop the channel, because it's not enough of an income to become a job. So we're working on that, because I'd like to get it to a place where it's not like anything goes wrong, drop the channel. But you need growth. You need them people. We're getting our first corn of the night. Dean Shepard, really underrated channel. Hell yeah, dude. Found out it was a... Dude, no, Dean, don't correct that. I love that. Found out it was a food channel afterwards. That's fucking great. Because it's not, but I just love it. Found out it was a food channel, which is cool. I did have to make food on stream once because the stream's going super long and I had to make dinner, so I had to chop vegetables while casting games. That was very funny. We're getting another Vampire Coast game, but with Corn this time, which I am here for. I'm about it. I've played this matchup, man. As Corn, you'd think it would be good, and then it's tough. It's very tough, and I can't fully wrap my head around why, because I keep playing as Corn, and I'm like, there's a ton of zombies. I can get 1,000,000 kills, and you can take halberd people for like their crabs, and then just, you know, it just doesn't work out, and I haven't really stopped and figured out why. Just don't know why. Maybe I'm just bad. Maybe I'm mad because bad. 8 bullets hurt Corn? No. No. Don't be silly. Corn has a 0 gold spend. They're ready to go. Coast has a 5 gold spend. They are all readied. Some more hammer from time to time. Damn right, Dean. Finals has begun. In a very closely competitive new player tournament. There were a lot of really, really good games in here today. Let's hope the finals is that way as well. From seeing Calamity, I'm a little concerned. This might be a 2-0. Oh, this Longboy's got Super Saiyan 2 in the tank. If he's just got Super Saiyan 1, then this dude is dead as hell. I think some of it's literally just luck and algorithm stuff, Tim Lang. You might be right. You might be right. I have a goal. Right now I want to pass Rubber Duck of War. If I can pass his subscriber count, then I'll probably set my sights on Dov Plays. But that one might be harder because Dov's still actually streaming stuff. But I want to pass Rubber Duck. It's nothing against Rubber Duck, it's just he's ahead of me, so I want to pass him. He's also not a moving target. He hasn't made video. God, how long hasn't he made a video? Not even a live stream of video. Probably 9 months. Come on, I can beat a guy that's not even here. Armies are setting up. Looks like for Corn we have 3 Flesh Hounds, one of which is the Hounds of the Blood Hunt. I know Edwin was asking on an earlier stream when to take the Flesh Hound ROR. There's your answer. Apparently versus Coast. Triple checking to make sure the blocker is down. It is. We have 2 Marauder Horsemen of Corn with throwing axes. We have the Minotaurs of Corn with great weapons, just one of them. Chaos Warriors of Corn, 4 of them. 1 with dual weapons, 1 with a halberd. Then we have a Cultist. Don't see a lot of Cultists these days, but Cultist on foot with his summon. Nice stuff. Valky up in the sky with her usual kit. Also the Scarlet Armor, interesting. Don't see that a lot, but it's okay. Especially if you get a good Spear Slaupnir onto a zombie unit and actually kill a bunch of models with it. Oh, you can charge up the Scarlet Armor real fast. And a single Chaos Fury Corn. Who is River Duck? It's Rubber Duck. Rubber Duck of War. He and Logic used to run a lot of stuff. Logic ran a lot of land battle tournaments. Used to do some stuff with me too before he got busy with real life stuff. On the other side for Calamity and the Vampire Coast, another hand cannon. Man, I don't know what's going on with these hand cannons today, but somebody read some patch notes I didn't, because apparently everybody loves these things. 3 hand cannons, the Black Spot, a Carronade, 2 Rotting Promethean gunnery mobs, then we have 4 animated Hulks, 4 pole arms deckhand mobs, Count Noctilus on foot with his summon and Invocation of the Heck. And in the sky, 2 Fellbats.
I do not ask you to fight. I am telling you to fight.
Okay, Valkia, that was it. Normally I don't really like the speeches from characters when I'm trying to cast, but that was actually really funny. I like that a lot. I am not asking you to fight. I am telling you to fight. That was great. That was great. Good job, CA. That was just perfect. Did everyone misread handguns as hand cannons? These are hand cannons. Oh, okay. Yeah, I see what you mean. Did everyone else? Yes. I thought you meant me. I was like, no, I was pretty sure those hand cannons, they have the little crazy symbol. Calamity's cannons are fulfilling the attack maneuver right now, just punishing the Minotaurs a little bit as they move up, but these Chaos Warriors, they have a long, hard trek ahead of them. They are so slow. They are so slow. Ooh, and they're lagging. That's not helping. Little did they know they're not Sabrus. Fair. Little bit of lag as the brutes, the hounds of the Blood Hunt, creeping out of that forest. They're going for the Black Spot. The Black Spot are a hybrid halberd troop, but their stats are just nowhere near comparable to the Hounds of the Blood Hunt. The Hounds of the Blood Hunt should tear through them super easily. In fact, the Flesh Hounds are going to have a great time on this backfield. I am mildly concerned that the Flesh Hounds are getting here before the front line. And that leaves the coast all the time in the world to turn around and try and tear them apart. Like, oh, those hand cannons are going to do real work on the Flesh Hounds. Unless these other Flesh Hounds can disrupt them. Ooh, if that's a zombie summon... No, it's a pistol summon. Okay, I was going to say if it was a normal zombie summon, it actually might have given the Flesh Hounds some cover, and that would be bad for the coast, but it's not. It's just a pistol summon. They'll be fine. More Flesh Hounds piling into these hand cannons, trying to take them out. The cannon is mostly shut down. Man, the cannon's actually taking almost half health off the Minotaurs, which is pretty huge. Spear Sleipnir is going to go straight through those hand cannons. Takes about half HP off them. Not amazing. Maybe would have liked it here just for the kills. Even though the hand cannons is like a more important target, just getting the raw kills on Valkyrie to charge up her Scarlet Armor is sometimes good play. I heard another summon, but I don't know where they are. There they are. It's the Moon Dial. One Fury of Khorne is already dead. Flesh Hounds almost fading away as the Carronade does underneath them. Where's the ROR for Flesh Hounds? They're running around, getting shot by the Black Spot, which they're not loving. Okay, Chaos Warrior's a little delayed by that summon. Other Chaos Warriors are finally here, and this could be the turning of the tide for Khorne, where they lost a lot of Flesh Hounds and stuff in that backfield. Now that the Chaos Warriors are actually here uncontested, they can do a lot of work. Chaos Warriors can almost take 0 damage while cutting through zombies. So somehow the coast is going to have to figure out how to get their range to do damage to these guys. They don't have bombers, they don't have anything like that. These hand cannons are going to have to find an angle onto the Chaos Warriors, which is not an easy thing to do. Yeah, it might be an unironic Chaos Warrior carry. Black Spot get their second heal of the game, really stopping the brutes of the Bloodhound from... Bloodhunt? What the fuck is your guys' name? Hounds of the Bloodhunt. Stops them from doing anything. Valkia is getting shot by the hand cannons while she is taking a little bit of damage. She does have the Demon Shield to prevent all damage after a certain point, and her smaller hitbox, as opposed to the Blood Dragon Vampire Lord from the first game of the day. She's going to take a lot less damage from these guys anyway. Cultist plus Chaos Warriors actually could be a little bit of a threat for Noctilus. Cultist is a decent melee combatant on foot, and Noctilus mostly relies on being a foot characters that like horses and stuff can't hurt him, but that guy's also a foot character. He'll kick your ass. Khorne is behind the balance power. I'm sure no one is shocked. A zombie summon is still holding up a full health halberd unit. And Minos are in the back, fighting to the bitter end alongside some Flesh Hounds. And the coast does have 2 different summons also holding up the balance power. Bloodletters are coming in from the cultists. They'll kill off the hand cannon. I guess that was the best use of them. It's not like there's a depth guard or anything to kill. Yeah, still kill some hand cannons. That's fine. Valkia is also killing the hand cannons. I don't know how I feel about this. Balance power is super against Corrin. And they have lost a lot of troops, but I guess I just believe in these Chaos Warriors. I feel like they're going to do great. Noctiluss throws out another summon. How are you doing, Chief? 2 left on that, 1 left on the Moon Dial. He is burned through summons. Bloodletter's still after those hand cannons. Valkyria's after these ones. Black Spot's still offering a little bit of support here and there as the Chaos Warriors continue to battle to the very end. And the Halberds are stopped up by another summon. My god. Poor guys. They just want to join the fight. They want to fight real things. They don't want to fight fake ass units anymore. Marauder Horsemen of Khorne are coming for the Black Spot, but the Black Spots see it. They are going to turn and fire at those guys. Oh, there's a hill right in their way, though. If it was planned, then good stuff from Khorne, but I doubt it was planned. Bloodletters have 15 seconds left. I wonder what they're going to go do. They're trying to attack this hand cannon, but they're too far away. I think their summon's going to fade before they get there. Yeah, they're going to die in 13 seconds. Alright. So summons, full Bloodletter is about to fade from Khorne, which is pretty bad for their balance of power. Good charge on the Black Spot, though, from that skirmish cav. Crabs are killing off those Chaos Warriors. The other Chaos Warriors aren't doing incredibly well. Mino's pushed off once again. Khorne's just trying to hang in there. How's Nocti doing on summons after all this time? We just checked in on him a little bit ago. 1 and 2 left. Okay, so he's right where we left him. And that zombie still has 30 seconds left. The Black Spot get another invocation to hack. I don't think it's a bad choice. It's just funny to see a handgun mob approaching its heal cap. That's just not something you see every day. Another Spear Sleipnir. It's actually predictive. It is going to catch these guys on the runs. Gets pretty good damage out. And Noctiluss is taking a lot of damage. Ooh, this could be huge. This could be huge for Longboy and Khorne's chances in this game. If they can kill Noctiluss, that would just win them the game. And I think these guys realize that. But we know his Invocation to Hex on cooldown because it was literally just on the Black Spot. So can you finish him off in this brief time? Hand cannons firing down into the Chaos Warriors of Khorne. Not a good time for those guys downhill. But the Cultist of Khorne and his Chaos Warriors friends getting through here. Valkyria's diving back down onto Noctiluss. Trying to snipe him out. Halberds get through that summons. They do need to continue to walk forward. And another summon. Where is it? Is it on top of those halberds? It's on top of the fucking halberds. They've just been fighting summons all game, and I find that so funny. So sad, but so funny. Alright, Noctiluss used another of his summons. That was the Moon Dial, it wasn't the Drowned Dead, so he's trying to save up Winds of Magic for another Invocation to Heck. Valkyria is having troubles hitting him. She can hit him like 2 times, man. She could have killed him, but unlucky. Sometimes that's the way it be. Black Spot still doing well. Invocation to Hack onto Noctiluss. His period of being vulnerable is over. More undead crumbling. These animated hulks will die soon, so will both of these hand cannons. That's a summon. So where are the coast really at? That's a Sword of Khorne. That's a Sword of Khorne. That right there, Sword of Khorne. Did they dodge in time? Nope. Oh. Big Sword of Khorne. I would not be shocked if those guys started crumbling, if not just like disintegrating. From the amount of damage they took instantaneously, the leadership shock might just take them out. So that's pretty big. Valkyria might be going to say hello to the Black Spot, and their halberd status won't help them because she's infantry sized. Despite like my brain keeps telling me that she's big, she's not. So she's gonna go stop the Black Spot. And yeah, if this cultist can regroup with his halberds, Khorne might still have some teeth. There are rotting Promethean gunnery mobs coming back. Damage value is very even. And Noctinox still has 2 summons left, but I don't know where his Winds of Magic are at. He's been spamming out summons and healing, so he's probably not feeling great. Cultist of Khorne is getting his fight with Noctiluss that he wants, and Valkyria continues to kill the Black Spot. And this summon, please tell me you're on your second stage. You are, so only 13 seconds left of that thing being alive. Another Invocation to Hack. This went Overcast. Surprised that didn't damage Noctiluss. Fight, Longboy, fight. Oh, he fight. Oh, he doing his best. Undead still crumbling over here. These cannon mobs fading away. The cultist of Corn, don't you dare fucking rout, you dumb piece of shit. Oh my god, he routed. Summon fades away, frees up the halberds to go support this cultist. But the fact the cultist rallied is a disaster for Corn. I am shocked. Look at him. His leadership's up to 24 now. Why did you rout at all, you dumb asshole? Because if he was still fighting, then he's pressure on an Noctilus. The halberds would come and support him, and then Valkyrie would hopefully dive in later. But now it's just too far behind. At this point, I start to agree with the current balance of power that Corn is probably fucked, but that was a good game. Because look how healthy these crabs are getting now. Yeah. G. Little Valkyria. Oh, shotgun's right to the face. Chaos Warriors are going to rout, and when they do, that'll be army losses, I guarantee it. They routed, army losses, because I guaranteed it. Very good game. Very, very good. While these guys load up, I will update Longboy's score. Sorry, Calamity's score. Sword of Corn didn't crumble the halberds, which sucks. Yeah, that was odd. Cultists of Corn got really good value, honestly. Valkyria struggled a little bit in the value department. The Fleshhounds of Corn just did not... They did not do the sauce. Chaos Warriors did their best. Runner Horsemen did okay, but Fleshhounds have been really disappointing since their nerfs. Like, they used to be a little too strong, sure, but the nerfs definitely overdid it. On this side, Noctilus didn't get a lot done. He mostly got his ass handed to him, but got a lot of healing out. Did do a lot of healing. Animated Hulks did fine. Hand cannons, not a lot of value, unfortunately, but the Black Spot got a ton. Kierne did okay. Crabs in the Black Spot. GG. Scorecard is updated. I'm going to grab some water while these guys do pick and bans for game 2. We back. We back. Longboy strike. Longboy tried to strike. He gave it a good go. Bloodied Calamity's nose. Because, like, no joke whatsoever, if Count Noctilus had died in that point where he was, like, super low and Invocation Heck was on cooldown, and Valkyria tried to dive him but just missed a ton of attacks and stuff, Like, if Noctis had died there, like, Longboy would 9 times out of 10 win the game from that point. So there was a key moment. It's just like, all right, Noctis lived. He got out 2 more summons. He got a fuck ton of heals, and Corrin just slowly bled out. Was the cultist routing for no reason bullshit? Yeah, it was, but I don't think the game could be decided at that point. Like, maybe the cultist can kill Noctis at that juncture, but Noctis was very healthy. And the halberds were getting killed, and he got a lot of healing off. If that Overcast Invocation hack had hurt him, maybe. But I don't know. The turning point of that game was definitely when Noctis lived, which isn't really Longboy's fault. He got Valkyrie in the right position. She just didn't land the hits, which isn't shocking. Noctis actually has a high melee defense, and Valkyrie relies on a bonus versus large, which Noctis is a foot character, but still. You watch Human Boy SS, you play Total Warhammer 3, go to bed, make breakfast, turn on PC. What do I see? Human Boy's playing Total Warhammer 3. I'm casting this time. It's a little different, but yeah. Yeah. Tien, which isn't that, it's not that shocking. She relies on bonus versus large, which Noctis is a foot character with an absurdly high melee defense because he's a halberd unit. So it's like, okay, yeah, that tracks. Like, it kind of makes sense. Looks like we have Norska versus Empire. I blame RNG. Yeah. It was definitely unlucky he didn't get a single hit in. I was just trying to explain that it wasn't like complete horse shit. It's just, oh, that's mildly unlucky that you didn't get any shots in. Longboy has a build that instantly loaded, so I don't know if that's the build he wants or if he just hasn't updated yet at all, but he flipped and has just left his build the way it is. Meanwhile, Calamity appears to have something that they want to use because they're just altering chevrons around right now from a build they loaded up. So maybe we'll get into game rather quickly here. If you want to game 3, you're rooting for Longboy and Norska. If you want to go to bed, then I suppose you're on the side of Calamity. Third Empire versus Norska match this tournament. Is that true? Oh, yeah, it is. It is, because you played me on Quick Battles and you mentioned this was what got you knocked out, yeah. I mean, it's a good matchup. Both sides have a little teeth. I think Empire is a little favored when I think about it, but, like, Norska's a strong faction, and they have a lot of things they can do. Sure, a little trail hit me. I need to play more Empire. They just... Empire's weird. They feel a little underwhelming without War Wagons, but with War Wagons, they feel really stupid. I'm not a War Wagon gamer. It's not something I enjoyed. Because it's like, it's skirmish chariots, which I'm just notoriously bad with. You can pretend that it's all about my morals, and it's like, oh, I'm such a good person. I don't play with War Wagons. Oh, I'm so good. But also, like, real talk, I'm just skirmish. Skirmish is my weakest playstyle, and skirmish chariots are my weakest playstyle within skirmish. I just, like, don't play well with War Wagons. I just don't. I don't find them fun. They don't work very well in my brain. I never know what I'm supposed to be doing with them. So when War Wagons are strong and it's like the meta for Empire, I'm like, well, fuck. Because it's just not how I want to play Empire at all. Whether they're OP or not, you know. I feel like if I had a Pharaoh Mammoth last match, it would have won. Oh, for sure. It definitely would not have gotten pincushioned by my Huntsman. No, Pharaoh Mammoth would have won it all. No War Wagons, so any Empire haters out there can at least breathe a little sigh of relief. No War Wagons. Scalpel. I'll use the word. The Old Norse used to drink alcohol from a special bowl they only used for that purpose. That's pretty interesting. I didn't know they just had a bowl for alcohol, and that's it. Hummus enjoys artillery and hates chariots. I like melee chariots. I don't like ranged chariots, but like that's definitely more of a my playstyle thing. I don't dislike ranged chariots being in the game. I think Scourge Runner chariots in their current state are actually very balanced, and that's something not a lot of people are talking about. Like, we all loved to bitch and moan when Scourge Runner chariots were super busted, but now that they're balanced, like, we all just kind of forgot about it, and it's one of those shadow changes that it was mentioned that it was changed. I don't mean that kind of shadow change where they just don't include in the patch notes, but it's like things that we forget used to be fucking toxic, and Scourge Runner chariots used to be fucking toxic. So, I mean, I don't mind them being in the game. It's just not how I play. Like, even when Scourge Runners were strong, I hardly ever took them because I'm just bad. I'm just bad at using them. Same with War Wagons, which is one of the reasons I've been hoping that they get nerfed for a while, is because I'm just bad with them. So it's also like, ugh, God. Nerf the thing I'm bad at, please. High Elf Chariots need a chance to shine? Hell yeah, they do. High Elf Chariots have been bad for a very long time. Armies are getting set up, but the Empire seems to be mostly there, so I'll start with them. We have a Knight of the Blazing Sun, an Empire Knight. So it's 2 Knights of the Blazing Sun and 2 Empire Knights. A whole bunch of Spearmen, Swordsmen, Halberdiers. Then we have 2 Huntsmen. We have the Sterling's Revenge, Free Company Militia, Regiment of Renown. Pretty much just makes them a handgunner with stock and decent melee stats. Amethyst Wizard with Doom and Darkness and Spirit Leech. And then Boris Todbringer. So he has 2 different leadership debuffs, and the Amethyst Wizard brought Doom and Darkness. There's going to be some leadership bombs going on, my friends. Christian, I do remember those times. I do. On the other side for Norska, as the game has already started, we'll be quick. We have some Skin Wolves and Norskin Ice Wolves. Looks like 2 of each. We have 3 Skirmish Cavalry, all of which is throwing axes. 3 Marauder Hunter Javelins. And then a front line of Marauders, Marauder Berserkers, Wolfric the Wanderer on horseback, and a Familiar Balefiend of Shadows with just Pit of Shades. Little Trail, that is actually very silly. I do agree. Doomwheels, actually. Doomwheels do need a buff. Dean Shepard, I agree. Oh, there's a Beast of Tashnar in the flank. I didn't see those guys over there. Hey, Beast of Tashnar. For Norska, I'm a little concerned that their front line... doesn't matter. Their front line's not going to win. But it doesn't matter. I mean, there's a lot of state troops, but if you can keep your Pit of Shades caster, Wolfric, alive, they can kill that stuff in the late game. So yeah, this is fine. Never mind. My concerns about the Norska build are falling away the more I think about it. Norskin Ice Wolves catch the Knights of the Blazing Sun, which will slow them down and allow the Skin Wolves to get in here. So that could be a good trade for them, though with Boris flying over, that's probably going to go poorly. So Norska's going to have to make a lot more use out of this flank. That other flank is just a bit doomed for them. Jaff throwers are moving in. There's nothing they can really throw at just yet over here, but we'll see. Wolfric's getting in there. I wonder where his first Sea Fang's going to go. But the Berserkers are slamming through this front line. Holy shit. They already need more state troops pulled up, and this flank's falling apart, so good start for Norska over here. Falling apart, I meant from the perspective of the Empire. Now, good counterplay from Calamity. Doom and Darkness plus Boris landing over here just takes out that entire flank in one fell swoop. But yeah, the central fight and this other flank are going heavily to Norska right now. Cavalry countercharge Knights of Blazing Sun and Empire Knights are going to stop the dog advance. Throwing axes should get a decent amount of damage out of them though, and the cavalry's not here to support the main fight. And these extra state troops aren't here to support the main fight, so the Marauder Berserker's already in onto the Huntsman, Wolfric's in onto the Huntsman, and the Marauder Javelin Throwers are finishing off Sterling's Revenge. They're getting a little bit caught up in this front line, though, which is going to cause some problems. They do have to back off until the front line is actually cleared out. And Norska's down on the balance of power by quite a bit. That feels like it might be a little ambitious, but sure. Pit of Shades tries to catch the Sterling's Revenge, and they are dodging. Looks like it was Undercast, just trying to finish them off. Okay. Marauder Hunters, once again, a little caught up in melee. That's a bit of a whoopsie that we're going to want to see fixed. And what are these? Empire Knights have taken a lot of damage. Not Knights of the Blazing Sun. That's pretty big for the Empire. That their chaff cavalry took all the damage, not the Knights of the Blazing Sun. Wolfrick's over here, but I don't know exactly what he's going to accomplish. Berserkers are rampaging. Looks like they're chasing down some swordsmen. Very unfortunate choice of target, my little rampaging friends. And the jav throwers are now beset by cavalry. Things are starting to turn in the Empire's favor, for sure. I don't know how Norska can pull it back after this. Because one of their Marauder Hunters with javelins is already down. This other one's beset. That one's getting charged right now. I guess Wolfrick's out here trying to snipe an Amethyst Wizard. That's something. I guess. The Empire still has a lot of cavalry left, and it's nice the Blazing Sun too, so it's good cavalry. Man, Wolfrick is after that boy. He has 12 more speed than him, and he's charging. You think he'd be catching him a lot faster considering the speed difference, and he is the one charging for once. I mentioned this on the other stream, but I don't know, man. Speed is such a weird fucking thing. Sometimes it works one way, sometimes it works the other. No idea how Wolfrick couldn't catch that guy. At this point, I think this is the beginning of the end. I imagine Boris Todbringer's probably going to go dive onto Wolfrick. And then with his debuffs, and his Spirit Leech, yeah, Wolfrick's going to die. And he's the last hope for Norska. We have Berserkers clearing out random-ass chaff, but they're not enough to like win the whole game or anything. Wolfrick's Sword of Torgald is still popped, but Boris is getting some real good hits in onto him. And Wolfrick's not ITP, so he's dangerously close to terror routing right now. Good Pit of Shades dodge from that Halberdier. That's a Doom and Darkness. That's going to terror out Wolfrick. Yeah. And that might be GG. If he terror outs, I imagine the Balance of Power is going to tank. Alright, he takes another hit. Somehow manages not to rout. I'm honestly a little shocked. As the Norscan infantry continues to push through the Empire. They put on a good show of it. I just don't know what they can do about. There's a healthy Knights of Blazing Sun somewhere, isn't there? There he is. I don't know what they do about that. Oh, the Balance of Power factors in a full health from your Balefiend of Shadows as if he can do anything about this. Wolfrick hung on for a surprisingly long time. I'll give him credit for that. Longboy had pretty good play. I think he runs into the same problem I do when I play this matchup as Norska, as I just have no idea we can kill the armored cav of the Empire. And a good player would say Plague of Rust paired with all your stuff, but I'm not really a good Plague of Rust gamer. I prefer damage spells. Usually take Lore of Fire or something, clear out the state troops, but it would be smart of me to take Plague of Rust or something. That is army losses. That'll be a 2-0 to Calamity. Congratulations on the new player tournament win. Longboy, big props for getting all the way to the finals. Love to see the improvement. This man has been out here grinding for a very long time, playing a lot of our new player tournaments, and we always love to have him. But Calamity was the better player today. It was good shit. Good shit, everybody. I gotta get going to bed, so this outro will be a little rushed, but I'll scroll through the damage values while I say goodnight. So tomorrow we will have a stream. Friday night fights for Cool Umbrella. I might stream just playing some games for fun. Don't know just yet. I'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow morning. And then we have 2 faction war qualifiers. One on Saturday and one on Sunday at different time zones. I believe the Saturday one is at nighttime and the Sunday one is during the day. So if you're looking for more content, there are those for you. That's what I got. GG's well played, and congratulations again to Calamity for winning it all.